Voldemort spent 30 years making himself impossible to kill. Horcruxes, dark armies, the most feared name in the wizarding world. And then he met a 14-year-old boy who looked him in the eye and didn't flinch. Not because Harry Potter was more powerful, not because of luck or love or destiny, because Harry Potter was raised by John Wick, and John Wick doesn't teach you how to fight. He teaches you that by the time the fight starts, it's already over. You just have to be the one who decided that first. This is what happens when the most dangerous man alive finds an abandoned 4-year-old in a car park and decides to keep him.
The thing about the M3 motorway at 11:30 on a Tuesday in July was that it was almost entirely empty, which meant that the black 1969 Ford Mustang idling in the lay-by outside fleet services was conspicuous in the way that only very quiet things can be conspicuous, by contrast. Inside the car, Jonathan Wick was not sleeping. He was not doing much of anything, which was, in its own way, the same problem he'd been having for approximately 4 months, 2 weeks, and, he checked the dashboard clock, 11 hours. He had driven from New York to London because driving across an ocean was impossible and flying required sitting still. And sitting still required thinking, and thinking was the one thing he had decided, firmly and without negotiation, he was not going to do. He had arrived in England because the ferry from France had been going to England. He was on the M3 because it was a road that went somewhere that wasn't where he'd been. He was in this particular lay-by because the engine had developed a faint knock he didn't trust, and because, if he was being precise about it, which he always was, he had seen something in the amber wash of the service station lights that had made him stop the car before he'd consciously decided to. A child. 4 years old, perhaps, maybe 5. Sitting on top of a suitcase that was far too large for him, a battered brown thing with a broken wheel, in the far corner of the car park where the light didn't quite reach. Not crying, not moving, just sitting, the way small animals sometimes sat when they had decided that stillness was the only available option. Wick watched him for 3 minutes. He was good at watching. He was, if he was honest, much better at watching than he was at most of the things that people said he was good at. Because watching required patience, and patience required the willingness to let time pass without doing anything to it. And time was currently the only thing he had in significant quantity. The child didn't move. Nobody came back for the child. The service station's automated doors opened and closed twice. A lorry driver, a woman with a pushchair, and nobody looked at the corner of the car park where a small boy was sitting on a suitcase in the dark. Wick got out of the car. He walked across the car park the way he walked everywhere, which was quietly and with his hands visible and with his eyes already 3 steps ahead of his feet, mapping the space out of habit, exits, sight lines. The one CCTV camera mounted above the fuel pumps that was pointed slightly the wrong way. He noted the lorry driver had gone inside. He noted the woman with the pushchair was loading into a people carrier and would be gone in 40 seconds. He noted a Navy Vauxhall estate pulling out of the car park in some hurry, rear lights bleeding red as it took the roundabout too fast. He filed all of this without thinking about it, the way other people breathed. He stopped a few feet from the boy. The boy looked up. He had dark hair that someone had attempted to cut badly, and very green eyes, and a bruise above his left ear that was approximately 3 days old, browning at the edges. He was wearing clothes that were too large for him, clearly someone else's hand-me-downs, the sleeves of a gray jumper rolled up 4 times and still falling past his wrists. He had the kind of stillness that children only develop after they've learned that moving attracts the wrong kind of attention. Wick crouched down so they were at eye level. The boy didn't flinch. He just watched, with those very green eyes, the way a small animal watches something it hasn't yet classified as a threat. "You waiting for someone?" Wick asked. The boy considered this with what appeared to be genuine philosophical seriousness. Then he said, "I don't think so." There was a pause. "Are you lost?" Wick tried. "No," the boy said. "I know where I am, a beat. I just don't know where I'm going." Wick looked at him for a long moment, then he looked at the motorway, then he looked back at the boy. The Vauxhall estate was long gone. "What's your name?" he said. "Harry?" Said the boy. "Harry Potter." He seemed to feel this required some clarification because he added, "My aunt says it's a stupid name, but I quite like it." "It's a fine name," Wick said. "What's yours?" Wick thought about this. It was a simple question. He had several answers, and none of them were straightforward, but the boy was 4 years old and waiting in a car park in the dark, and the long answers could wait. "John," he said. Harry Potter nodded, as if this confirmed something. Then he picked up a small backpack from behind the suitcase. He'd been sitting in front of it. Wick realized, hiding it, and held it in his lap. "Am I coming with you?" he asked. "I haven't decided yet," Wick said. "Okay," said Harry, and waited with every appearance of genuine patience for the decision to be made. Wick stood up. He looked at the road. He looked at the car. He thought about the empty dog bowl sitting on the kitchen floor of a house he couldn't make himself be inside. And he thought about a lot of other things very briefly. And then he thought about nothing at all, which was a skill he'd worked very hard at, and which sometimes, like now, simply happened on its own. "Can you carry that?" he said, nodding at the suitcase. "No," said Harry with complete honesty. "It's got wheels, but one of them is broken." "Right," said Wick. He picked up the suitcase. It weighed almost nothing. "Come on, then." He walked back to the car. He heard small footsteps behind him, quick and light, trying to keep up. He adjusted his pace without thinking about it. The motel was called the Traveler's Rest, which was either optimistic or ironic, and it was 12 miles off the motorway on a B road that had not been resurfaced since approximately the Thatcher administration. It had a car park, a vending machine, and a front desk staffed by a man who had clearly been asleep and was now pretending he hadn't been. Wick paid cash, as he always did, and took a room with 2 beds, and did not explain the child, and the man at the front desk did not ask. The room smelled like industrial cleaning fluid and old carpet. There was a print of a sailing ship above the television. Harry stood in the middle of the room and looked around at it with the particular expression of a child who has learned not to have expectations about rooms and is therefore unable to be disappointed. Wick set the suitcase down. He opened the vending machine he'd noted on the way in and bought 2 packets of crisps, a bottle of water, and a Kit Kat. He returned to the room and put them on the small table by the window. Harry sat down at the table and looked at the food with an expression that was carefully neutral, but his hands had stilled in his lap in a way that suggested he was working quite hard at the neutrality. "Eat," Wick said. Harry ate. He ate quickly, but not frantically. The manner of someone who had learned that food was not always available, but had also learned not to look like they'd learned that, which was a distinction that told Wick more about the last 4 years of Harry Potter's life than anything the boy had said. He ate the crisps first, then the Kit Kat, then drank half the water and put the rest carefully back on the table as if saving it. Wick sat on the end of the other bed and watched the motorway through the gap in the curtains. After a while, Harry said, "Where are we going?" "I'm not sure yet." Wick said, "That's all right," Harry said. "I haven't been sure where I was going for a while either." He thought about this. "My aunt says that's a problem. I think it's just a situation." Wick turned and looked at him. The boy was sitting with his backpack in his lap again, hugging it in the way that children hug things they've decided are important. "What's in the bag?" Wick asked. "Books," said Harry, "and a photograph, and a sock," he considered. "The sock is from a different pair, but I kept it anyway." Wick said nothing. "I like books," Harry added, apparently feeling this needed context. "My aunt says I read too much for someone who's not very clever, but I think they might be wrong about the second part." "They are," Wick said. Harry looked at him. Something shifted in his expression, not surprise exactly. More like the careful recalibration of someone who has been told something that contradicts a long-held piece of information and is deciding whether to believe the new data. "How do you know?" he asked, not defensively, just curious. "You told me your name was a fine name before I said it was," Wick said, "and you figured out you were coming with me before I did." Harry thought about this for a moment. Then he said, "Oh," in a tone that suggested he was filing it away somewhere useful. He got into the bed nearest the window with his backpack and was asleep in minutes. Children in Wick's limited experience could do this, simply shut off, like a light. He sat for a while in the dark room and listened to the boy breathe and thought about nothing, which was easier than usual, and eventually lay down on top of the covers with his shoes still on, which was a habit he'd never bothered to break. In the morning, Harry woke up first. When Wick opened his eyes, the boy was sitting cross-legged on the other bed reading a book, something with dinosaurs on the cover, eating the second half of the water bottle very seriously. He looked up when Wick moved. "I didn't wake you?" Harry said, with the preemptive air of someone who'd been told off for waking people before. "No," Wick agreed. "I found a 10-pence piece under the bed," Harry said. "I left it on the table. I thought it might be useful later." Wick sat up and looked at the table. There was indeed a 10-pence piece on it, carefully placed in the center. "Good thinking," he said. Harry nodded and went back to his dinosaurs. They drove north, then west, and eventually back south again in a loose and unhurried pattern that had less to do with a destination than with the fact that roads were easier than rooms. Harry sat in the passenger seat. Wick had moved him there from the back after 40 minutes, because the boy kept leaning forward to see over the dash, and it was distracting. With his book in his lap, and his feet not quite reaching the floor, and an expression of complete contentment that was slightly difficult to look at directly. He asked questions. Not many and not demanding ones. He had the instinct, clearly, to moderate himself, to keep his presence small, but occasionally, when something caught his attention, he would turn and ask about it with a precision that was unusual for someone his age. "Why is the steering wheel on the right?" he asked, somewhere around Bristol. "It's England," Wick said. "They drive on the left." "Why? It's the rule here." "Is it a good rule?" Wick considered. "It's a consistent rule," he said. "That's different." Harry thought about this for a mile or two. "Is consistent better than good?" "Sometimes," Wick said. "Consistent means you know what to expect. Good means you feel better about it. They're not the same thing." Harry filed this. He filed everything Wick was noticing. He didn't just hear things, he stored them carefully in some internal architecture that he'd clearly been building for a while. It was a trait Wick recognized. He'd spent years doing the same thing, though the things he'd stored had not always been useful in the way that books about dinosaurs were. On the second day, somewhere in the Cotswolds, Wick had pulled off the road to look at a map, an activity he performed not because he was lost, but because he liked the physicality of paper. Harry watched him fold the map back with some care and said, "You were in the car park for a long time before you came over." 3 minutes, Wick said. "Were you deciding?" "Yes." Harry looked at the road ahead. What were the options? Wick thought about how to answer that. "Leave you there," he said, "or not." "What made you pick not?" There were several true answers. He picked the simplest one. "I didn't want to," he said. Harry nodded as if this was a perfectly satisfying reason, which it was. Wick was finding, unusually easy to be honest with. There was something about the quality of his attention, the way he listened without preparing his next sentence, that made the ordinary social editing feel unnecessary. "I had a dog," Wick said. He had not meant to say this. He said it anyway. Harry turned and looked at him. "She died," Wick said. "A few months ago." "That's very sad," Harry said. He said it the way adults say it when they mean it, not the way children usually did performatively to fill the space. He just meant it and said it and left it there. "Yes," Wick said, a pause. "Can we get a dog?" Harry asked. Wick looked at the road. "I'll think about it," he said. He had already thought about it. Finding somewhere to live was less complicated than it should have been, primarily because Wick had resources that did not require explanation and a lawyer in 3 countries who did not require explanation either. A house in upstate New York, outside a town called Rhinebeck, with enough land that the neighbors were theoretical rather than actual, and a fence line that Wick walked on the second day and pronounced adequate. Harry walked it with him, matching his pace in the careful way he'd been doing since the motorway, and said nothing. But at the end of the fence line, he put his hand briefly on the post at the corner, and Wick thought, though he couldn't have said why, that the gesture was something like approval. The house had 4 bedrooms. Harry took the smallest one, which had a window that looked out onto the back field, and arranged his books on the windowsill in an order that was apparently not alphabetical, but which he said made sense. "What's the order?" Wick asked. "Stories that are sad." Harry said, pointing at one end, "To stories that are not sad." He paused, "with the dinosaur book in the middle because it's both." Wick looked at the dinosaur book. "The dinosaurs die at the end," he said. "Yes," said Harry, "but they were very good for a very long time first." Wick considered this. It seemed, on reflection, like a reasonable view of the matter. The training did not begin with training. It began, as most things did with Wick, with something else entirely. He ran every morning at 5:45. Not because 5:45 was an optimum time. It was, depending on the season, either very cold or merely cold. But because it was the time he'd always run, and routine was the scaffolding that kept certain things upright. On the 3rd morning, he came back to find Harry sitting on the porch steps in his 2 large jumper and 2 large trainers, watching the tree line with the look of someone who had been awake for a while. "You didn't sleep," Wick said. "I did," Harry said, "but not a lot." He looked up. "Can I come tomorrow?" Wick looked at him. "The run takes 40 minutes. "I know," Harry said. "I timed it." He held up the small digital watch Wick had bought him at a petrol station the week before. "You left at 5:46 and came back at 6:22. "5:45, Wick said. "The watch is a minute slow," Harry said. "I haven't fixed it because I like knowing the difference." Wick looked at him for a moment. "Be ready at 5:45, he said, and went inside. Harry was ready at 5:43. He was wearing 2 pairs of socks, and his trainers were on the wrong feet, a situation he corrected without comment when Wick pointed it out. He ran for 11 minutes before he had to stop. He didn't cry about it. He sat down on the verge at the edge of the field, breathing hard, and looked at his trainers. "How far do you go?" he asked. "About 4 miles, Wick said. "I'll work on it," Harry said, and meant it. There was nothing defiant about it. It was simply a problem he had identified and planned to address. He stood up. "Can I walk the rest of the way with you?" "Yes," Wick said. They walked in silence, which Harry had discovered early was not uncomfortable silence in the way that most people's silence was. It was just silence, the absence of noise, not the presence of tension. Harry had not encountered much of that before. He found he liked it. This was the first lesson. Wick never called it that. He never called anything a lesson. But Harry, who was paying close attention, understood that they were all lessons, in the same way that everything Wick did was deliberate. The way he positioned himself at a table with his back to the wall. The way he noted the exits of every room they entered. The way he always knew, precisely, where his keys were. "Why do you always sit facing the door?" Harry asked one morning over breakfast, approximately 3 weeks in. "So I can see what's coming," Wick said. "So you can get away?" Harry asked. "So I can decide," Wick said. "There's a difference." Harry ate his toast and thought about this. "The difference is that if you're trying to get away, you've already decided," he said slowly. "But if you're deciding, you haven't yet, which means you have more options." Wick looked up from his coffee. He said nothing for a moment. Then, "Yes." Harry went back to his toast. But there was something in the way he carried himself for the rest of the day, fractionally more upright, fractionally more attentive. That was the particular posture of a child who has been confirmed correct about something important. The first time something strange happened, Harry was 6 3/4. They were at the town library, a small thing, cheerful and overstocked, where Harry was working his way through the section on animals with a focus that the librarian, Mrs. Dalrymple, found slightly unnerving and slightly wonderful in equal measure. A boy from Harry's school, Tyler, 8 years old, with the confident cruelty of a child who had never been meaningfully challenged about anything, had been following Harry between the shelves for 10 minutes, calling him various things, growing louder when ignored. Harry had been ignoring him with the practiced quality of someone who has learned to take up very little space. He kept his attention on his book. He noted Tyler's position in the way he'd learned to note positions peripherally without turning, and he was fairly certain that if Tyler got any closer, he would have to decide what to do. Tyler grabbed Harry's book. The book flew back into Harry's hands, not like a throw, like a snap, like a rubber band returning to its original shape. The pages didn't even crease. Tyler yelped and stumbled backward into a shelf of audiobooks, which collapsed on him in an avalanche of cassette cases. Harry stood very still, holding the book, and looked at his hands. Mrs. Dalrymple came around the corner, surveyed the audiobook situation, and looked between Harry and Tyler with professional neutrality. Tyler said Harry had pushed him. Harry said nothing, because he wasn't sure what had happened, and he had been taught that when you're unsure, silence was better than a lie. Wick was in the car park. When Harry got in the car, he put the book in his lap and looked at the dashboard for a long moment. "Something happened," he said. "Tell me," Wick said. Harry told him, precisely in order, without embellishment, the boy with the book, the grab, the thing that had happened that he couldn't explain. His hands, the audiobooks. Wick listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, Wick looked out through the windscreen for a moment. He was quiet in the way he was quiet when he was thinking, a very slightly different quality of stillness than his ordinary stillness. "Has it happened before?" he asked. "Once," Harry said. "When Miss Patterson grabbed my wrist, a mug broke, but I thought that was just a coincidence." "There are fewer coincidences than most people think," Wick said. "Can you make it happen again?" he asked. "I don't know how," Harry said. "Okay," Wick said. He started the car. "Aren't you worried?" Harry asked. "Or confused?" "Yes," Wick said, "but worried and confused aren't useful yet. I need more information first." Harry looked at him. "How do you get more information?" "You watch," Wick said. "You wait. You try things and note the results." He pulled out of the car park. "It happened when someone grabbed your wrist," he said, "and when someone took something from you." "When I was angry," Harry said, realizing it as he said it, "or when you felt." Wick paused. "Violated, like a line was crossed." Harry thought about this. "Is it dangerous?" "Everything is dangerous." Wick said, "If you can't control it. The same thing is much less dangerous when you can." Harry looked out at the road. "So I need to learn to control it," he said. "We need to learn to control it." Wick said, which was a distinction Harry noticed and did not comment on, but which he folded carefully into the part of him that kept track of such things. The dog arrived in November. Harry came home from school one afternoon. He walked the half-mile alone, which Wick allowed because he'd watched Harry assess the route twice and identify every variable, and found a cream-colored pit bull sitting on the porch steps with the resigned expression of an animal who has decided the situation is adequate. Harry stopped on the path and looked at the dog. The dog looked at Harry. Harry put down his bag, sat cross-legged on the path, and waited. The dog stood up, walked over, and sat down in front of him at an approximate dog arm's length, which suggested she was interested, but had decided not to commit to anything yet. Harry held out his hand. The dog sniffed it. Then she put her chin on his knee and closed her eyes. Harry sat very still, because he had learned that stillness was a form of courtesy, and looked up at the porch, where Wick was standing with his coffee. "What's her name?" Harry asked. "I thought you'd want to pick it," Wick said. Harry looked down at the dog. The dog appeared to be asleep, despite having been awake 3 seconds ago with the total commitment to sleep that suggested she was an optimist. "Daisy," Harry said. Wick drank his coffee. "I know," Harry said. "It's not a very serious name." "She doesn't look very serious," Wick said. The dog opened one eye, apparently disagreed with this characterization, and closed it again. Harry laughed. It was, Wick noted, filing it alongside the useful things, a real laugh, the unself-conscious kind that children produce when they've forgotten to manage their own reactions. He had not, in 7 months of living with Harry Potter, heard it before. He drank his coffee and looked at the tree line and noted that the light was going earlier now, winter doing what winter did, and thought about the phone call he was going to need to make soon, to a man he hadn't spoken to in 3 years, whose name he hadn't said out loud in longer than that. A man who might know what it meant when a 6-year-old made a book fly back into his hands. There were, as he'd told Harry, fewer coincidences than most people thought. A child turning up in a car park with lightning bolt scar above a bruise above his ear, holding a backpack full of books and a sock that didn't match, reading people like a small and very serious analyst. This was not random. Wick had learned the hard way that nothing was random. But it was November. The dog was asleep on Harry's feet. The problem could wait one more day. He went inside to start dinner, and Harry sat on the path in the cold, reading his book one-handed, the other resting on Daisy's back, and the light faded, and the problem waited, as problems sometimes obligingly do, for just a little while longer. The call was to a man named Marcus. Wick made it from the kitchen at 2 in the morning, standing at the window with the light off, looking at the field. Harry was asleep. Daisy was asleep on Harry's feet, which she did every night with the mechanical reliability of a very fluffy alarm system that went off in reverse, not alerting anyone to danger, but rather pinning the danger of Harry wandering downstairs at odd hours firmly to the mattress. Marcus picked up on the second ring, which meant he'd been awake. Marcus was often awake at 2 in the morning. It was one of the things they had in common. "Jonathan," he said, in the particular tone of a man who is unsurprised but is letting you know he noticed the hour. "I need information." Wick said, "You always need information. You need it at 2 in the morning more often than most people." "I have a child," Wick said, a pause, longer than usual. "Come again." "A child, 4, Wick recalculated. "Almost 7, a boy. He makes objects move when he's angry. Last month he set the kitchen tap running without touching it. He doesn't know how." Another pause. When Marcus spoke again, his voice had shifted registers slightly, from the dry tone he used for most conversations to something more careful. "Where did he come from?" "M3 motorway." "Someone left him in a car park." "You didn't think to just—" "No," Wick said. Marcus was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "There's a school in Scotland, private, very private. They handle situations like this." He paused. "I've heard of it. I've never looked into it closely because it's not our world, Jonathan. It's a different kind of strange." "How different? Different enough that I'd leave it alone." "I can't leave it alone," Wick said. "He's 7. He needs to understand what he is." "He's 7 now," Marcus said. "You have time. 4 years," Wick said. "Then they'll come for him." "How do you know?" "Because things like him don't stay hidden," Wick said. "They find them." Marcus was quiet for a long time. Then, "I'll look into it." "I need something else," Wick said. "In the meantime." "Of course you do." "I need to know how to teach him." A very long pause. "Jonathan," Marcus said slowly and with great care, "I am not entirely sure the methodology applicable to what we do is appropriate for a 7-year-old. "Not that," Wick said. "The other part, the part before." "Which part is the other part?" "The part where you know exactly how much danger you're in at all times," Wick said, "and you choose what to do about it anyway." Marcus made a sound that was not quite a laugh. "That part," he said. "That part," Wick said. There was another pause, and then Marcus said, "You know, most people who find children in car parks take them to the police." "I know," said Wick. "You're not most people." "No." "All right," Marcus said. "I'll look into your school in the meantime." He stopped. "He should learn to fall first, before anything else." "Everyone should learn to fall first." "I know," Wick said. "Then you don't need me for that part." "No," Wick said, "but it's 2 in the morning and I wanted to tell someone." This time the sound Marcus made was definitely a laugh, a quiet one, the kind produced by something that was actually funny, catching a man off guard. "Good night, Jonathan," he said. "Good night," Wick said, and hung up, and stood at the dark window for a while longer, and then went to bed. Year 1 of training did not look like training. It looked like running. Harry ran every morning now, which he had been doing since he was 5, and which he had gotten considerably better at. Though considerably better remained a relative term. He could do the full 4 miles by his 7th birthday, but he did them at a pace that Wick could have matched walking quickly, and he arrived home in a state that Daisy regarded with some concern every morning, meeting them at the gate with the expression of a dog who would like to know whether this is strictly necessary. "She thinks I'm dying," Harry said once, between breaths, crouching to let Daisy inspect him. "You're not dying," Wick said. "I know that," Harry said, "but how do I explain it to her?" "She'll figure it out when you keep coming back," Wick said. Harry considered this, scratching Daisy's ears while she sniffed him thoroughly for injuries and filed it under. The difference between what looks like the end and what actually is, they ran. Then they stretched. Then they ate breakfast, which Wick made with the same systematic efficiency he applied to everything, and which Harry ate with the focused attention of someone for whom food had at some point been a serious matter and who had not entirely let go of that. The falling came next. In the back field on the grass, "Never learn to fall on a mat," Wick said. "Mats don't come with you." Wick taught Harry to fall in every direction without instinctively putting his hands out. This took 6 weeks. Harry broke the habit through sheer repetition and a determination to be correctly wrong before he learned to be correctly right. He didn't ask questions about it. He simply did it over and over until it was a reflex. "Why falling?" Harry asked on the last day of the 6th week, when he could drop backward from standing and roll onto his feet without thinking. "Because," Wick said, "everyone hits the ground eventually. The question is whether you know what to do when you get there." Harry sat on the grass and thought about this. He had grass in his hair. Daisy was eating something questionable in the middle distance. "Falling is the only guaranteed part," he said slowly. "Everything else you might avoid it, but you'll fall." "Yes," Wick said. "So if you've already practiced the guaranteed part, you can use the time everyone else uses for panicking to do something useful instead." Wick looked at him. "Daisy's eating something dead," Harry added without looking up. Wick turned. Daisy was indeed eating something dead. He walked over and removed it. Daisy gave him a look of profound betrayal. When he came back, Harry said, "What's next after falling?" "Stillness," Wick said. "Like not moving?" "Like choosing when to move," Wick said. "Most people move because they're uncomfortable being still. That gives away information." "What information?" "That you're uncertain," Wick said. "That you're nervous. That you don't know what to do next." Harry looked at him. "And if you're still, they don't know." "They have to guess," Wick said, "and people who have to guess make mistakes." Harry looked at the middle distance where Daisy was now reconsidering a completely different portion of the field as a potential snack location. "Is that what the table thing is?" he asked. "Sitting with your back to the wall, making them guess?" "Partly," Wick said. "Partly it's just that I know where the door is." Harry nodded and lay back on the grass and stared at the sky and was perfectly still for 30 seconds, which was an eternity for someone his age. "I'm uncomfortable," he announced. "Good," Wick said. "Now stay there." Year 2 looked slightly more like training, but still not much. Harry had a school. It was a 20-minute drive to a small brick building that had been built in 1962 and smelled like floor wax and fish fingers on alternate days. He had 2 friends, a girl called Molly who was interested in horses and felt strongly that Harry should also be interested in horses, and a boy called Dev who had constructed an elaborate internal mythology about a war between 2 factions of garden gnomes and would explain it to you at length if you sat next to him at lunch, which Harry did because Dev was interesting, and the mythology was actually quite intricate. His teacher, Mrs. Abernathy, reported to Wick at the one parent-teacher conference he attended, during which he sat with his back to the wall, which she apparently did not notice, and which Harry, sitting next to him, definitely did notice because his expression flickered for a fraction of a second toward something that was almost a smile, thoughtful, quiet, and occasionally unnerving. "Unnerving how?" Wick asked. "He watches," Mrs. Abernathy said. "Not strangely. He's not strange. He's very polite. But he watches the way some children listen, like he's taking notes." "He is," Wick said. Mrs. Abernathy looked at him. "It's a good habit," Wick said. She decided to move on and discuss Harry's reading level, which was, she said, advanced, to put it very mildly. In the car on the way home, Harry said, she thought the watching was a problem. "Most people do," Wick said. "Why?" "Because watching means you're not being watched," Wick said. "People are uncomfortable when they can't read you." Harry thought about this for the rest of the drive. When they pulled in, he said, "Voldemort." He pronounced it carefully, like he'd been thinking about how. Wick turned off the engine. What about him? The letters, from Marcus. You let me read part of one? Harry had an almost perfect memory for things he'd been allowed to read, and a precisely calibrated sense of which things he was expected not to have noticed. He said people thought you were coming for me, that there's someone who— He stopped. Someone who wanted my parents dead. Who wants me dead? Yes, Wick said. Does he know where I am? No, Wick said, but he'll look. Yes, Wick said, eventually. Harry looked at the house. Daisy was visible through the front window, sitting on the sofa she was not allowed on, staring back at them with an expression of complete innocence. Is that why you're teaching me? Harry asked, not accusingly, just wanting to know. Partly, Wick said. The other part is that the world is always going to have someone in it who wants something from you that you didn't agree to give. You should be able to make a decision about that. Okay, said Harry. Okay, Wick said. Okay, Harry repeated. It makes sense. I'd rather know. He got out of the car. Daisy's on the sofa again. I see that. I'm not going to tell her off because she looks very comfortable and it seems unkind. He paused at the front door. But I thought you should know I noticed. Wick got out of the car and followed him in, and did not tell Daisy off either, and did not examine too carefully why the conversation that had just happened. A conversation about mortal danger delivered with the flat practicality of a weather forecast had left him feeling something that was, if he pressed it, in the vicinity of relief. The strange thing about teaching Harry was that Harry was already teaching himself. Wick had not anticipated this. His own education in the relevant areas had been given to him by people who believed in repetition until it was suffering and suffering until it was reflex. He had received it. He had, mostly, survived it. Harry approached it differently. He would observe something once, quietly, then go away and work at it alone until he understood it from the inside, and then return and do it correctly the first time in front of Wick, which was the sort of thing that could make a person feel several things at once. The threat sequencing came the same way. Wick explained it on a Tuesday over dinner, not as a tactic, not yet, as a way of thinking. When you walk into a room, he said, don't look at what's in front of you first. Look at what could move. People move. Furniture doesn't. Things that can move change the situation. Things that can't change it slower. Harry ate his pasta. So people are the variables, he said. Yes. And variables are the dangerous ones. Not dangerous, Wick said. Unknown, they're not the same. But unknown is more dangerous than known, so— Harry stopped. No, wait! He poked his fork at his pasta. Unknown isn't more dangerous than known. It's just that you can plan for known things and you can't plan for unknown things until you know them, so you need to know them. Yes, Wick said, so you look at the people first. To convert them from unknown to known, so you can plan. And the ones you can't convert, Wick said, Harry thought, you account for them, he said slowly. You leave space in the plan for the things you can't predict yet. Most people don't do that, Wick said. Most people don't plan. Harry said, with the faint distaste of someone who found this genuinely baffling. Dev just decides things. He decided this morning that he was going to tell the yard monitor about the gnome war, and he did, and it went very badly. What happened? Wick said. She thought he was talking about the actual gnomes in the school garden, Harry said. She took him to speak to the counselor. He was very surprised. He paused. I tried to warn him. He said I was overthinking. Were you? Wick said. No, Harry said. I had correctly predicted the yard monitor's response based on the available evidence. He considered. Though I didn't account for how long the counselor appointment would take, so I had to eat lunch alone, which was its own problem. Wick decided this was a reasonable analysis of the situation and did not say so out loud, because Harry didn't need the validation he needed to practice. Next time you walk into school, Wick said, before you go through the door, stop, tell me what you expect to find inside. How? Harry asked. What do you already know? What's the weather? What day is it? What happened yesterday that will affect today? Harry looked at his pasta and thought about this for a moment. Then he said, Mrs. Abernathy was frustrated yesterday. She had a headache. She kept rubbing the same spot above her eye. Frustrated people with headaches are short with the class on the second day, not the first, because the first day they're trying to be professional about it. So today she'll probably be short. That means the class will be quieter than usual, which means Dev will feel like he has to fill the silence, which means the gnome situation will continue. Which means, he stopped. I should sit between Dev and the loudest part of the room. To give him something to focus on that isn't performing. Does that work? Wick said. Usually, Harry said. He talks to me about gnomes instead. I find it less disruptive than the alternative. Wick ate his pasta. I've been doing this for a while, Harry said, with what might have been mild apology. I just didn't have the framework for it. I know. Wick said, Is it useful? Harry said. What you're teaching me, is it the right kind of useful for the thing we talked about? Yes, Wick said. Good, said Harry, and had more pasta, and didn't ask what the thing we talked about would actually look like when it arrived, because he was 9 years old, and some questions were usefully held in reserve, to be asked when the answer would mean something. He was 9 when he produced fire. They were in the backfield on a Sunday in October. They spent a lot of time in the backfield, which Daisy felt very positive about, because the backfield contained interesting smells and things that might be edible, and the large flat rock she preferred for napping. And Wick was working Harry through something he called environmental awareness, which involved Harry standing in the center of the field and describing everything he could identify about it without moving his head more than 15 degrees in either direction. Harry had gotten quite good at this. He could tell you the number of fence posts, the state of the tree line, the direction and approximate speed of the wind, the position of the single crow that had been watching them from the oak tree with an interest that Harry described as frankly rude. The crow, Harry said, mid-exercise, has been there for 22 minutes. It's waiting for something. Don't worry about the crow, Wick said. It worries me a bit, Harry said honestly. It keeps making a sound like it knows something we don't. Crows are always like that, Wick said. Is that comforting? It's consistent. Wick said, What else? The grass is damp on the north side of the field, but not the south, Harry said. The soil by the fence is disturbed. Something came through there last night, something bigger than Daisy. A deer, probably, and he stopped. There was a wasp. It had been circling his left hand for approximately 30 seconds with the aggressive territorial energy of an insect that had decided this particular patch of air belonged to it. And then it stung him, quite deliberately and with what felt like intent, on the back of the knuckle. Harry made no sound. He looked at his hand. There was a small white point of pain, and the wasp was already retreating. And then the grass in front of him, about a square meter of it, caught fire, not explosively, not dramatically. It simply lit, as if the idea of combustion had occurred to it very suddenly, burning in a neat circle that then, as Harry watched with complete astonishment, went out again. Not doused, just finished, as if it had decided it had made its point. The crow left. Rapidly. Without the sound that knew things. Daisy looked up from the flat rock, assessed the situation, and went back to sleep. Harry stood in the field holding his stung hand and looking at a ring of scorched grass. Wick crouched down and examined the scorched circle. It was exactly circular. It had clean edges. It had not spread to the surrounding grass, which was damp but still. Intentional, he said. No, Harry said. But, he stopped. But, Wick said, it felt. Harry searched for the word with the precision he always applied to words. Proportional, he said finally. Like the right amount of reaction, not more than was called for. Wick stood up. He looked at Harry's hand. The sting was already fading, the small welt diminishing. Then he looked at the scorched circle. Was that anger? Wick said. A bit, Harry said. More like objection. The wasp didn't have any reason for that. The wasp didn't know it needed a reason, Wick said. I know, Harry said, but it still felt like a violation of the principle. Which principle? Harry thought. The one where you only apply force when it's required, he said slowly. The wasp didn't need to sting me. It was just there, deciding to. He paused. I don't think I like unprovoked things. Wick looked at him for a long moment. That's a good principle, he said. Don't lose it. Is that going to keep happening? Harry said. Probably, Wick said. Does it worry you? A bit, Harry said honestly. Setting fires seems like the kind of thing that could escalate. Most things escalate if you let them, Wick said. The question is who controls the escalation. Me, Harry said. Eventually. Yes, Wick said. Eventually. Harry looked at the scorched circle. Daisy had migrated from the flat rock to sniff the edges of the burned grass, which she apparently found informative. Can we work on that? Harry said. The controlling part. That's what we've been working on, Wick said. Harry looked up. All of it? The running, the falling, the stillness, all of it, Wick said, is the same thing. You're learning that the response and the stimulus are separate. What happens to you and what you do about it are not the same event. He paused. Most people treat them as the same. They're not. Harry looked at the scorched grass for a long moment. The wasp stung me, he said slowly. That's one event. The fire is a different event. They don't have to be connected. They don't have to be, Wick said. They were this time. Gradually they won't be. How gradually? Harry asked. Ask me in 4 years, Wick said. Harry nodded, looked at his hand one more time, and then said, Should we put something on the grass so it doesn't look strange from the road? No one comes this way, Wick said. Still, said Harry. It seems tidy. They reseeded the circle the following weekend. Wick noted that Harry spent the whole time paying attention to the instructions on the seed packet with the same focus he brought to everything, and did not accidentally set anything on fire, and was satisfied with the outcome in a way that was clearly about more than the grass. The letter arrived when Harry was 10 3 months, which was earlier than Wick had expected, but precisely when Marcus had told him to expect it. It came on a Wednesday, addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the back bedroom, 41 Crestwood Lane, Rhinebeck, NY, in green ink on thick cream paper, with a wax seal that Harry examined with great interest before opening it. He read it twice. Then he put it on the kitchen table and pushed it across to Wick, who had been watching the reading process from behind his coffee. Wick picked it up. He read it. He put it back on the table. A school, Harry said. Yes, Wick said. In Scotland, Harry said. Yes, Wick said. It says it's been expecting me, Harry said. It says I've been expected. Apparently so, Wick said. Harry sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. Daisy, sensing something significant, climbed up onto his feet without invitation, which was nominally not allowed on account of being too heavy for Harry's feet, but nobody was addressing that right now. People have known about me, Harry said. For a long time. Yes, Wick said. And they waited. Yes. And they didn't help. Wick said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. Harry looked at the letter again. He had already, in the span of reading it twice, identified the essential information and moved past his first reaction into something more considered. Wick had watched this process. It was one of the things Harry did that made him difficult to surprise. I'll go, Harry said. You don't have to go yet, Wick said. There's time. No, Harry said. I need to understand what I am. The fire, the objects, all of it, they can teach me what I am. He paused. I'd rather know than not know. We've talked about that. We have, Wick said. And, Harry said more carefully, if there are other people like me, I'd like to meet them. He was quiet for a moment. Dev doesn't, he can't, he stopped, started again. I like Dev, he's a good person. But I can't tell him things, about this, about any of it, and it's getting, he stopped again. Lonely, Wick said. Harry looked at him. Yes, he said quietly. Wick nodded. He drank his coffee. There are things we need to do first, he said, before you go. What things? Wick set down his coffee and looked at his godson. He had never said that word out loud, but it was the one that fit, and thought about the year they had left, and what needed to happen in it, and about a man named Albus Dumbledore who had written a letter 3 months ago that Wick had not replied to yet, but was going to have to. A conversation, he said, about a man named Voldemort. The whole thing, not just the edges of it. You're old enough now, Harry nodded. He had been waiting for this conversation the way you wait for something you know is coming and have been mentally preparing for without making a production of it. And, Wick said, a pencil. Harry blinked. A pencil in your pocket, Wick said, always from now on. Why a pencil? Harry said. Because, Wick said, it's useful in more ways than it looks. He said nothing else on the subject. He picked up his coffee. Harry looked at the letter from Hogwarts and at Wick and at the letter again. Then he picked it up and reread the list of required school supplies, specifically in search of whether it included pencils. It did not. He was bringing one anyway. Daisy settled more firmly on his feet and closed her eyes, content with the outcome of the morning and entirely unaware that in slightly under a year, the field and the flat rock and the scorched circle of regrown grass were going to become something that Harry Potter would miss without being prepared for how much. Some things, Wick had told him, you cannot prepare for. You can only make sure you're steady enough to handle them when they come. Harry folded the letter carefully and put it back in its envelope. He was working on steady. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 o'clock, which meant they needed to be at the station by 10:30, which meant leaving Rhinebeck at, Wick had done the maths, an hour that required them to be on a plane the night before. Harry had been awake for most of the flight, not from nerves, but because the Atlantic at night from 35,000 feet was something he found worth seeing, and he saw very few reasons to sleep through things worth seeing. Wick had slept. He could sleep anywhere, which was a skill rather than a gift, and which Harry was still working on. They took the train down from Edinburgh in the morning. Harry sat with his forehead against the window and watched England scroll by and said very little, which was comfortable. He had his pencil in his left trouser pocket and a small notebook in his right, and Daisy's lead wrapped twice around his wrist because Daisy was on the seat beside him conducting an investigation of every person who walked down the aisle. "She can't come," Harry said. "Not a question." He'd known this for months. "No," Wick said, "she'll be with Marcus." "Yes." Harry looked at Daisy, who had identified a particularly interesting smell on the jacket of a passing businessman and was following up on it with the focused professionalism of a detective on a case. The businessman noticed, made the face people made when Daisy looked at them, a brief involuntary adjustment, because Daisy was large and muscular, and the word that came to most people's minds was formidable, right up until she put her chin on your knee and then relaxed. "She'll be all right," Harry said, to Wick or to himself, possibly to Daisy. "Yes," Wick said. Harry nodded and went back to the window. At King's Cross, Wick walked him to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He had been told how it worked, by the letter, and by a brief visit from a woman named Professor McGonagall, who had sat in their kitchen drinking tea with the expression of a person managing several simultaneous reactions, and doing it very professionally, and who had looked at Harry with something Wick classified as a combination of relief and concern that she'd been clearly trying to keep off her face. She had also looked at Wick once, with an expression he recognized. It was the expression people had when they knew about him, not all of it, usually, but enough. He had met her eyes and she had looked away first, which was information. Harry stood at the barrier with his trolley and his owl. Wick had drawn the line at bringing Daisy, but had been unable to make a coherent argument against the owl, whose name was Archimedes and who regarded the world with the haughty suspicion of someone who has been disappointed too many times and prefers to manage expectations, and looked at the apparently solid wall. "Through it," Wick said. "Yes," Harry said. "She told me." "Don't slow down," Wick said. "I know," Harry said. He didn't move yet. Wick waited. "If something," Harry started again. "There's a man there, Dumbledore. He knows about you. He wrote to you." "He did," Wick said. "Did you write back?" "Eventually," Wick said. Harry looked at him. "He knows you're coming?" Wick said. "He knows what you are, what you've been doing." He paused. "He'll have ideas about that. Some of them will be good ideas." "And some won't be," Harry said. "Probably," Wick said. "You don't have to agree with all of them." "But I should listen," Harry said. "Listen to everything?" Wick said. "Agree with less. Act on less than that." Harry absorbed this. He squared his shoulders very slightly, not dramatically, just a small recalibration, the same one Wick had been watching develop over 4 years, the adjustment from small to present. "I'll write," Harry said. "I know." Wick said. Harry looked at him for a moment with those very green eyes that had not changed in any particular way since a car park on the M3. And then he pushed the trolley at the barrier and walked through the wall without slowing down, as instructed, and was gone. Wick stood in King's Cross for a moment. Around him, the ordinary business of a train station continued. A child was crying about something. A tannoy announced a delay. A pigeon was doing something inadvisable near the ticket machines. He walked back to the car park, got in the car, and drove to Edinburgh to collect Daisy from Marcus, who had kept her for 24 hours and reported that she had eaten one of his shoes and shown no remorse whatsoever. "She's got good values," Wick said. "She's got your values," Marcus said. "Which is almost the same thing." The Hogwarts Express was, Harry decided within the first 15 minutes, completely extraordinary and utterly chaotic, and he wasn't sure yet how he felt about the combination. The extraordinary part was obvious. A scarlet steam locomotive running on a track that appeared on no official map, full of children who could, apparently, do things with sticks that violated most of what Harry had previously understood about physics. He had known this was coming. He had done extensive research, as much as was available, which was not much. But knowing something was coming and then seeing it were different operations. The chaotic part was the people. He found a compartment that was empty and established himself in the corner seat with his back to the wall, which put him facing the door, which was correct. He put Archimedes on the rack above him. He noted the exits, both ends of the carriage, the window, in that order of preference, and he opened his notebook. He had a list. He had made it the night before, methodically and without drama, in the hotel room in Edinburgh while Wick slept. It was a list of things he needed to know in order of operational importance. 1. Who is in charge and what do they actually want? 2. Who are the threats ranked? 3. Where are the exits, literal and otherwise? 4. Who can be trusted and what makes them trustworthy? 5. What are the rules, written and unwritten? He was partway through adding a 6th item when the compartment door slid open. A boy with red hair and an expression that mixed hopefulness with mild anxiety looked in. "Do you mind? Everywhere else is full." Harry looked at him. Red hair, several freckles, clothes that fit like they'd been someone else's first, not poverty, but the particular economy of a very large family. Slightly ink-stained fingers. Good posture for someone pretending not to be nervous. The hopefulness in his face was the genuine kind, not performed. "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy came in with an enormous and very old-looking trunk and a rat in a small cage. He put the rat on the seat beside him and looked at Archimedes. "Is that your owl?" he said. "Yes," Harry said. "He looks." The boy searched for the word. "Judgmental," Harry said. "Yeah." The boy agreed, seeming relieved not to have to say it. "I'm Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter," Harry said. Ron Weasley's response to this was interesting. His eyes went briefly to Harry's forehead, where the fringe of his hair covered, almost completely, a scar that Wick had never made a fuss about and which Harry therefore hadn't, and then back to his face and something recalibrated in his expression. "Oh," he said. And then, admirably, "Right, well, do you know what house you want to be in? I'm going to be Gryffindor, my whole family has been, but," he stopped. "Sorry, you probably don't know what that means." "I know some of it," Harry said. "Tell me the rest." Ron told him the rest. Harry listened, which Ron clearly found more pleasant than expected, because most people who listened also had opinions about everything and expressed them, whereas Harry simply gathered information and occasionally asked a very precise question, which Ron answered and which seemed to unlock more information, so that by the time the train had cleared London entirely, Harry had a reasonably good picture of the 4 houses, their general reputations, their relationships with each other, and the social architecture of the school, as experienced by someone whose family had been there for multiple generations. He also had a sense of Ron Weasley, which was straightforward, loyal, fundamentally decent, occasionally thoughtless in the way of people who feel things before they think them but who are not careless with others. Variable knowledge base, strong on the wizarding world. He added Ron to the mental list he was building under the heading trustworthy with a small notation. Easy to read, no hidden angles, genuine. The door opened again. A girl with very bushy hair and the expression of someone on an important errand that the universe kept interrupting looked in. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy called Neville's lost one," Harry checked. "Not in here," he said. She started to leave, then stopped and looked at Ron's rat with scientific interest. "Is that a real rat? Have you tried Alohomora on the cage?" Ron looked at his rat. "He's not locked in, he just sits there." "Oh," she said, "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. I've read Hogwarts, a history 4 times, and I've memorized all the course books. Have you?" "No," said Ron. "Which ones?" Harry said. She looked at him. "All of them," she said, with the faint surprise of someone who has stated the obvious and found it wasn't. "I've read the standard ones," Harry said. "The curriculum texts. I didn't have access to the supplementary material." He paused. "What's most useful from a history?" She sat down. She had not been invited and did not wait to be, which Harry noted as either confidence or social obliviousness. He filed it as both, weighted toward confidence. She told him what was most useful from a history. She was thorough, well-organized, and had strong opinions about primary sources, which Harry found reasonable. By the end of the conversation, he had upgraded her to the top of the trustworthy list with a notation. "Exceptional information retention, tendency to be right, will say so, adjust for tone." Ron was eating something that turned out to be a chocolate frog and offered one to Harry, who took it. The card inside was Dumbledore. Harry looked at the card for a moment, a moving photograph of a man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles, who looked back at him with an expression of something. Something Harry couldn't quite name. He tucked it into his notebook, between the list and the inside cover. He was going to need to form a view on Albus Dumbledore fairly quickly. The sorting was not what Harry had expected, though he hadn't expected anything specific enough to be surprised by. He had successfully avoided developing strong expectations, because strong expectations were a form of plan that reality didn't have to respect. A hat, apparently. A hat that talked, which Harry filed under, things that are strange even in the context of everything. He watched the other students being sorted with attention. The hat's decisions were quick on some, a fraction of a second, mind apparently already made, and slow on others. He noted which ones required thought. He noted Malfoy, who had been unpleasant on the train in a very specific way, the way of someone who has been told he's important and has started to believe the audience owes him something. Slytherin, instantly. He noted a round-faced boy called Neville, who had apparently found his toad. It was in his pocket, which seemed like a structural design problem for the pocket, who looked like he was awaiting a sentencing rather than a school assignment. Gryffindor, after a moment, and then, "Potter, Harry." He walked to the stool. He was aware of the room in the way he was always aware of rooms, peripherally, comprehensively, without making it visible. Several hundred people. 4 tables. One nervous professor who'd spilled something on his turban and was trying not to look at Harry directly, which was itself interesting, and filed immediately. He sat. The hat came down over his head. "Well," said a voice, not out loud, in a tone of someone settling in for a task they find pleasantly complicated. "Let's have a look, then." Harry waited. "Extraordinary," the hat said in a way that managed to sound genuinely surprised. "I've had a few like you over the years. Not many. Most children are, well, they're children. You're a child who's been paying very close attention." Harry said nothing. He waited to find out what the hat wanted from him. "You could go anywhere," the hat said. "Slytherin would take you, that self-preservation instinct, the strategic thinking, the patience. Ravenclaw would take you, you're as curious as any I've seen. Hufflepuff, your loyalty, once given, is remarkable. You don't give it easily, but when you do, it's absolute." Harry waited. "But Gryffindor," the hat said, with a note of what sounded like recognition, "is for people whose courage doesn't come from the absence of fear. It comes from something underneath it. Something that doesn't move. A pause. You have something underneath you that doesn't move." "I've rarely felt anything quite like it. Put me where I'm most useful," Harry said. "Not as a request, as information." The hat was quiet for a moment that might have been surprise. "That," it said finally, "is the most Gryffindor thing I've heard in 14 years. "Gryffindor?" it announced, and Harry took the hat off and walked to the Gryffindor table, where Ron Weasley was enthusiastically waving him over. and where Hermione Granger had already produced a small notebook of her own, which Harry noticed and which he chose to take as a good sign. He mapped the castle in 9 days. Not obsessively, he was not the kind of person who did things obsessively, because obsession was a narrow focus and narrow focuses were vulnerabilities. But systematically, he walked different routes to the same classes. He noted which corridors had windows that could function as exits and which had none. He noted where the staircases went that weren't on the schedule, and he noted the ones that moved, which he treated as an environmental variable to account for rather than an inconvenience to complain about. He noted Quirrell. Professor Quirrell taught defense against the dark arts with the anxious, self-deprecating manner of someone performing anxiety and self-deprecation. He stammered. He was visibly nervous. He smelled of, Harry noted this on day 2, something that wasn't nervousness. It was underneath the nervousness, like something old and wrong trying to smell like something old and fine. He also never turned his back on the class, which was something most teachers did constantly and which Wick had always done never. Harry wrote to Wick on the 3rd day of term, "Something is wrong with the defense professor. Not nerves, something underneath. His turban is strange too. He won't take it off and there's something off about his neck. Don't know what yet. Watching." Wick wrote back in 4 days, "Good. Watch. Don't move. Don't tell anyone yet." Harry didn't tell anyone yet. He watched. Quirrell, he concluded, was afraid of someone who was very close to him. The turban was covering something. The smell was older than Quirrell. These things were consistent with several hypotheses, and he was not going to commit to the most alarming one without more evidence. He wrote this to Wick. Wick wrote back, "Consistent with the name we discussed. Keep watching." Harry added Quirrell to the threat-sequenced list in his notebook. Not at the top, because Quirrell, whatever he was hiding, was trying to hide it, and things that were trying to hide were lower immediate priority than things that weren't. But notable. Circled. The troll situation was, in Harry's view, mostly avoidable. He found out about the troll before the teachers did, because he happened to be near the 3rd-floor corridor when Quirrell ran past with an expression Harry had been cataloging as directed panic. Panic with a purpose, not random terror, and he had followed at a distance and was therefore in a position to hear the announcement about the troll in the dungeons approximately 40 seconds before Quirrell made it formally to Professor Dumbledore. The announcement created chaos, as it was apparently designed to do. Harry walked very quickly, not running through the emptying corridors. He knew where Hermione was. She'd been in a bathroom on the 2nd floor, crying, because Ron had said something unthinking and hurtful that morning that he hadn't realized was hurtful until Harry had told him quietly that evening, at which point Ron had turned a color that clashed badly with his hair. The bathroom was on the 2nd floor. The troll would enter from the dungeons, which were below, and work upward if undirected. The window in the 2nd-floor bathroom faced the side courtyard. That was an exit option, if needed. Quirrell had set this in motion deliberately. Therefore Quirrell knew where the troll was and where it was going, and Quirrell was going to be near the troll, which meant Harry should not be near the troll when Quirrell was. He reached the bathroom. Hermione was inside. He knocked twice, said, "It's Harry, there's a troll, we need to move." And the door opened immediately because Hermione Granger, whatever her feelings about the morning, was not the kind of person who lost time to pride when the situation changed. "Where?" she said. "Dungeons. Moving up. I don't want to go past the 3rd floor." "The library has a side exit to the west courtyard," Hermione said, immediately and without having to be asked, because she had read Hogwarts, a history 4 times, and this was one of the things it was useful for. "Yes," Harry said. They went to the library. They used the side exit to the west courtyard. They were there in the open air when they heard a distant crash from somewhere in the castle's interior. "What about the troll?" Hermione said. "The teachers will handle it," Harry said. "And Quirrell," she said. Harry looked at her. She looked back. "You noticed," he said. "3rd lesson," she said. "The stammer is performed. He overplays the consonants. Real stammers aren't rhythmic like that." She paused. "What do you think he's hiding?" "Something underneath the turban," Harry said, "and something underneath that." Hermione looked at the castle. "We should tell Dumbledore," she said. "Not yet," Harry said. She turned and looked at him with an expression that managed to be both assessing and impatient simultaneously. "Why not yet?" "Because we don't know enough yet," Harry said. "And because Dumbledore already knows something is wrong. He'd have to be running a school with something like Quirrell in it. So either he's watching Quirrell deliberately or he's not seeing it, and I need to know which one before I tell him anything." Hermione was quiet for a moment, the quality of silence that meant she was genuinely considering an argument rather than just waiting to rebut it. "That's not how I was taught to think about authority," she said. "I know," Harry said. "It's not a criticism, it's just different." Ron found them in the courtyard 20 minutes later, slightly panicked, with a piece of chalk dust on his nose that he'd acquired going through a wall to find them. He explained, somewhat breathlessly, that there had been a troll in the bathroom and he'd gone to find them, and the troll had been in the actual bathroom they'd been in and— "We weren't there," Harry said. "I know you weren't there," Ron said with feeling. "I was terrified you were." Harry looked at him. "I didn't know if you knew about the troll," Ron said, slightly defensive. "So I came to check. That's just common decency." Harry thought about the word trustworthy and the notation he'd made and the fact that it was apparently accurate. "Thank you," he said, and meant it. Ron's ears went slightly red. "Yeah, well," he said, "where were you actually—" "Library," Harry said. "In a troll emergency you went to the library. It has a side exit," Harry said. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked back. "He's quite strange," Ron told her. "Yes," she agreed. "But in an extremely practical way." Quidditch was, Harry decided, the most spatially complex sport he had ever encountered, which was the thing that made it interesting. He had not been interested in it originally. He had been told he was interesting at it. Oliver Wood, the team captain, had an expression of slightly unhinged excitement that Harry found moderately alarming, and had begun training because it was on the schedule, and because things on the schedule were worth being competent at. But the three-dimensional geometry of it was, actually, something. The snitch moved in patterns. Not random ones. Harry had been watching it for 3 weeks before the first match, sitting in the stands at practice, and tracking it without the obvious visible focus that would make anyone ask what he was doing. And he had concluded that the snitch, while unpredictable in the short term, had environmental preferences. It avoided direct sunlight. It gravitated very slightly toward the sound of the crowd. It moved in arcs, not lines. In the first match against Slytherin, Harry did not chase the snitch. He watched it for 6 minutes, which the commentator described as Gryffindor Seeker Potter appearing to hang back, perhaps uncertain, and which Oliver Wood on the ground experienced as something very close to a cardiac event. On the 7th minute, Harry moved, not toward the snitch's current position, toward where it was going. He caught it with his right hand before most of the stadium had located it. The match had lasted 9 minutes and 14 seconds. Wood, on the ground, appeared to be undergoing a religious experience. In the changing room afterward, he grabbed Harry by both shoulders and said, "How?" with the intensity of someone whose entire belief system had just been confirmed. "It has preferences," Harry said. "It likes the west side of the pitch in the afternoon." Wood stared at him. "Track it for a few matches," Harry said. "You'll see the pattern." Wood continued to stare. "It's useful information," Harry said patiently. "You," Wood said with deep feeling, "are absolutely terrifying, and I mean that as the highest possible compliment." December arrived, and with it, snow, and with the snow, a development on the Quirrell front. Harry had been systematic. He had been watching Quirrell's behavior patterns for 3 months. When he ate little, when he slept apparently rarely, given his schedule, when his hands shook, when discussing certain topics in class, the dark arts, not defensively but almost reverently, when the smell was worse, cold days. For some reason, and after he'd been near the third-floor corridor, the third-floor corridor was locked. First years had been told, specifically, that it was dangerous. Harry had walked past it 14 times and noted. The door was locked with a simple charm that could be defeated in about 4 seconds. There was a smell through the gap at the bottom that was animal, large, multiple, something that ate meat. And Quirrell had visited it at least twice in the night, which Harry knew because he'd set a simple tell on the floor near the staircase, a thread of yarn from his spare sock. The unmatched one from the backpack, it had been disturbed. He wrote to Wick, 3rd floor, something large, multiple large things. Quirrell visits at night. I think whatever he's protecting is up there. I think it's connected to the name we discussed. I think Quirrell is helping him or being used by him. I'm not sure which. Wick wrote back in 2 days, which was faster than usual, protecting something he values enough to put at the school. Don't go in. Watch the exit points. If he goes for it, the move is up, not forward. I'm coming for Christmas. Harry read this at breakfast, folded the letter and put it in his pocket. Hermione, across the table, looked at him. Good news, she said. John's coming for Christmas, Harry said. Your guardian? She said, yes. Is he coming because of the 3rd floor? She said. Harry looked at her. She had the careful, neutral expression she deployed when she'd concluded something and was checking whether he'd concluded it too. You know about the 3rd floor, he said. I know there's a very large 3-headed dog behind that door, she said, because I looked it up. It's called a Cerberus. In mythology they guard things, entrances to places you can't come back from. And Fluffy, she caught his expression. Hagrid called it Fluffy. Hagrid, Harry said. He let it slip, Hermione said. I wasn't trying to extract information, he just talks. Harry filed Hagrid under unintentional information source, excellent intentions, poor operational security. A Cerberus guards something, Harry said. Below it, presumably. That's my conclusion. Hermione said. She paused. What do we do? Nothing yet, Harry said. We watch. You always say that, Ron said from behind a stack of toast. Because it keeps being correct, Harry said. Ron considered this and appeared to accept it on reasonable grounds. Wick arrived at Hogsmeade Station on the 23rd of December in a black coat and the expression he wore in all situations, which was the expression of someone who has assessed the situation and found it manageable. He looked at Hogwarts across the snow. He looked at it for a long time. Harry, standing beside him, let him look. Bigger than I expected, Wick said. It grows when you're inside it, Harry said. Literally, there are more rooms than there should be. Convenient, Wick said. They walked. Harry walked him through Hogsmeade with the manner of a very short tour guide who had taken a professional interest in the place. This is the pub. The teachers drink here on Friday nights, which is useful to know. This is the sweet shop. Ron spends most of his money here. This is the post office. Owls are more reliable than the Muggle post, but only by about 15 minutes. Over dinner at the pub, Wick ate carefully and watched the room with the same systematic peripheral sweep Harry had been watching him do for 7 years, and which he had been doing himself for the last 3. Harry laid out everything. Quirrell. The 3rd floor. The smell. The tell on the staircase. The timeline of visits. Wick listened without interrupting. He ate his food. He asked 2 questions when Harry was done. What's Dumbledore's interest? He said. He knows about the corridor, Harry said. He named it in the start-of-term speech as forbidden. That's either a genuine warning or an invitation to the person he's waiting for. I haven't determined which. Second question, Wick said. What's the exit if the situation moves before you're ready? Up, Harry said. The astronomy tower has an exterior ladder. If the castle is compromised, that's the highest external point. From there, you can signal or go down the exterior. He paused. I've timed it. 4 minutes from the common room. Wick looked at him. You told me to figure it out, Harry said. I did, Wick said. Was that the right answer? Harry said. There's no right answer, Wick said. There's a thought-through answer and an unthought-through one. Yours was thought through. Harry drank his butterbeer, which was warm and sweet and slightly ridiculous, and which he decided he liked very much even though it did not fit any of his categories for serious beverages. Wick drank his coffee. He had brought a flask, because Wick had never fully trusted other people's coffee, and looked at the fire. 1 more year, Wick said. Maybe less. He's there at the school because what he wants is there. He'll move when he thinks he can. He's not strong yet. But he's coming back, Harry said. Yes, Wick said. Harry nodded. He had known this. He had known it for a year in the place where you know things that are coming and are still deciding whether to be afraid of them. He had looked at it several times, the way you look at a difficult thing to check whether looking at it repeatedly makes it less difficult, and he had concluded that it didn't, but that the looking still mattered. "Okay," he said. "Okay," Wick said. The same question he'd asked once before, at a kitchen table with a different letter. "I know it's coming," Harry said. "I'd rather know than not know. That part hasn't changed." He finished his butterbeer. "I just need to be ready before it gets here." Wick looked at him across the table. Outside, Hogsmeade was quiet with snow, and the lights of the castle were visible through the pub window, yellow and warm, like something that had always been there. "You're ready," Wick said. "Not entirely," Harry said honestly. "More than you think," Wick said. "Less than you'll need to be." He paused. That gap is what the next year is for. Harry thought about this. He thought about Quirrell and the third floor, and a name that Wick had told him in full 6 months ago. Sitting in the back field on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon with Daisy between them and the sky going orange at the edges. And what that name meant for the question of the next several years of his life. He thought about the letter in his notebook, the Dumbledore card from the chocolate frog. "The man at this school," Harry said slowly. "Dumbledore, he's good." "Yes," Wick said, "but he plays a long game," Harry said. "Yes," Wick said, "a very long game," Harry said, "the kind where the pieces don't always know their pieces." Wick said nothing. "I'm going to have to decide," Harry said, "how much of his game I'm part of and how much I'm playing my own." "Yes," Wick said, "you are." Harry put his empty glass down. "I'll let you know when I've decided," he said. He went after the stone on a Tuesday. Not because it was Tuesday specifically, but because Tuesday was the night Quirrell visited the third floor, and the timeline had accelerated. Harry had noted 3 visits in the last 5 days, and the tell on the staircase had been disturbed at intervals that were shortening. And Hermione had reported seeing Quirrell coming out of the library at 2 in the morning with a piece of parchment he'd tucked into his robes too quickly. He went prepared. He told Hermione the general shape of what he intended, not everything, because some things were better held close until you needed them, and she had provided him without being asked. With a written analysis of every trap she'd been able to deduce was in the corridor from the available information, with suggested countermeasures. He had read it twice, memorized the relevant parts, and told her it was excellent work. He told Ron to stay near the common room and to send Hedwig, Archimedes. He corrected himself, though the name had felt wrong since the beginning, to Wick if Harry wasn't back by morning. Ron had received this instruction with the expression of a person who didn't like it but understood why, and had said, "Don't die." "That's the plan," Harry said. The 3-headed dog was asleep. Harry had prepared for this, music, specifically. A small device from the Muggle world tucked in his pocket that Wick had sent at the start of term with a note that just said useful in more ways than it looks. Which was the second time he'd said that about an object, and Harry had found both times he was right. The trapdoor. A series of obstacles, each one interesting in a specific way, the kind of interesting that came from someone designing them who was good at thinking about problems from one direction and had not, Harry thought, fully accounted for someone who thought about them from another direction entirely. Devil's Snare. Avoided the aggressive response, fighting it, chose the counterintuitive one, relaxing completely, going still. Hermione's notes had covered this. Moved through in approximately 40 seconds, flying keys. Harry looked at the flock for 30 seconds, not immediately moving. Found the damaged one, older, slightly different flight pattern favoring one side. Caught it on the second pass. Giant chess. He did not play the game as intended. He stood at the edge for a moment, and then walked along the side of the board through the space the pieces weren't using, because it was a chess board, not a maze, and chess pieces move in defined directions. The chess pieces stared at him as he walked past. One of them, a knight, actually turned its head. Harry nodded at it politely. The knight appeared uncertain about how to respond. The potions room. He read the riddle. He identified the correct bottle in about 2 minutes. He drank it, crossed the black fire, and went forward. Quirrell was there. And the mirror. And on the back of Quirrell's head, when the turban unwound, the face that Harry had been told about, that he had been prepared for methodically over years, looked back at him. Lord Voldemort was objectively horrifying. He was a face on the back of a skull. He smelled of something that was neither death nor life, and he looked at Harry with red eyes that contained a kind of hunger that had been old when Quirrell was young. Harry looked back. He had prepared for this. Not specifically, not this exact configuration, but the principle. He had thought about this moment the way he'd thought about many moments that hadn't happened yet, what it would feel like, what the instincts would say, what he was going to do about those instincts. His instincts said, danger. Large, old, specific. He noted the instincts. He did not consult them for a decision. Voldemort gave a speech. It was, Harry thought, professionally delivered. He talked about power and immortality, and what Harry could have if he joined him, and he talked about Harry's parents, which was the part that was meant to destabilize, and which Harry received with the expression of someone reading a document they'd anticipated. He was looking at the mirror. He could see himself in it. He was pulling something from his pocket, a small, round object. He put it in his pocket and felt it there, real and cool against his fingers, the stone. "Give me the stone," Voldemort said. "No," Harry said. "I will offer you." "I heard the offer," Harry said. "I'm declining." There was a pause. "You're 11 years old," Voldemort said, and there was something in his voice that was almost, under everything, genuine amusement. "I know," Harry said. "That's a problem for me statistically, but not immediately." Quirrell reached for him. Harry let him take hold of his wrist, because the effect he had been hoping for required contact. He had not known exactly that this would work. He had theorized, and Wick had considered it, and they had concluded the hypothesis was sound, but you didn't know until it happened. What happened? Quirrell screamed. His hand blistered where it held Harry's wrist. He let go. He tried again with his other hand, the same result. He clawed at his own face. Harry moved backward toward the door, keeping his distance. He was not going to watch what happened next at close range. He kept his eyes on Voldemort's face, which was detaching from Quirrell with the particular haste of something abandoning a sinking ship. And he flattened himself against the wall as the shade rushed past him like a wind that was deeply wrong in the specific way of things that are not supposed to exist outside of living things. Then Quirrell hit the floor. And Harry stood in the room alone with a dead man and a stone in his pocket and a cut above his eyebrow from where he'd hit the wall. And he took stock. He was upright. He was functional. He had the stone. The threat had passed. And then he sat down on the floor for a moment because his legs had made their own decision, and looked at his hands. They were steady. He noted that they were steady, and put the stone in his inside pocket and stood up again and walked out. He wrote to Wick from the hospital wing. 2 days later, Dumbledore, who had arrived at the mirror room with the particular expression of a man who is surprised in a specific way he cannot entirely articulate, had deposited him there with a warmth that Harry classed as genuine and complicated in equal measure. Wick had been contacted already, by Dumbledore directly, but Harry wrote anyway. "Quirrell is dead. I have the stone. Dumbledore has the stone now. I think Voldemort is not gone, only displaced. He'll try again." The thing underneath Quirrell was exactly what we thought. He spoke to me. He offered me things. I declined. He was surprised that I declined. That seems like useful information. He lay in the hospital bed and looked at the ceiling. Dumbledore had visited that morning and brought sweets and had an expression Harry was still categorizing. Not manipulation, he didn't think so. Not entirely. Something more like a man who has been playing a game for decades and has just encountered a piece that moves differently than he expected, and is not sure yet whether this is good news or bad news, and is wise enough to wait before deciding. Harry had received the visit with politeness and given nothing away he didn't intend to give, and when Dumbledore left, Harry had opened his notebook to the Dumbledore chocolate frog card and looked at it. Considered the greatest wizard of the age, the card said. Currently headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry put the card back. He was beginning to form a view. Equals the summer after first year smelled like cut grass and engine oil, which meant Wick was doing something to the Mustang, which meant everything was normal. Harry sat on the porch steps with Daisy across his feet. She had missed him with the focused intensity of an animal who considers 7 months an unconscionable length of time to be apart from a person and intends to make her feelings known physically. And read the letter from Hermione for the second time. It was 4 pages, single-sided, covering her summer reading list, a summary of 3 books she'd finished already, a question about the properties of nonverbal spells that she'd found in a supplementary text and thought Harry might find interesting, and a postscript that said, "I keep thinking about the corridor, the fact that it was there at all. Someone built that, Harry. Someone put it there on purpose, and I don't think it was entirely Quirrell." Harry put the letter down and looked at the field. Daisy made a sound of mild inquiry. "She's not wrong," Harry told her. Daisy had no opinion about this. She repositioned slightly and went back to sleep. The summer was 3 months long, and Harry used all of it. He ran every morning. The 4 miles had become 6, and he worked through a reading list of his own construction that covered magical theory, the history of dark magic, and 3 Muggle books that Wick had quietly added to the stack without comment. A field manual on operational security, a psychology text on coercive control, and a history of the Second World War with particular attention to the chapters on intelligence networks. Harry read all 3 and understood, without it being stated, why they were there. Voldemort's war was structurally not unlike other wars. It had a leadership structure, a logistics problem, a propaganda arm, and a fundamental vulnerability. The leader believed himself indispensable and irreplaceable, which made him powerful and made him fragile in a specific way that power always made things fragile. "Tell me about Horcruxes," Harry said one afternoon in July. They were in the back field. Wick was sitting on the flat rock, Daisy's rock, technically, but she was tolerating the imposition, and Harry was sitting on the ground cross-legged with his notebook. Wick looked at him. "You know the word," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "Marcus found a reference," Wick said, "in material connected to the school, old material." "Tell me," Harry said. Wick told him. He told him the way he told Harry most things, without softening, without wrapping it in age-appropriate packaging. Because Harry had a precise mind, and age-appropriate packaging was for people who needed preparation time, and Harry had already prepared. Harry listened. He did not interrupt. When Wick was done, Harry sat for a long moment with his notebook open and his pen still. "An object," he said finally. "A physical object containing a fragment of a soul torn by murder." He paused. "More than one. We think more than one," Wick said. "How many? Unknown. Marcus believes the magic has limits. There are historical references that suggest a number beyond which the instability becomes significant." He paused. "The references stop being helpful at that point." "Because the people who wrote them were experimenting," Harry said flatly. "Yes." Harry looked at the field. "He put them somewhere," he said. "Things he values, which means objects of significance to him, things with power or history or personal meaning." He paused. "That's the logic." "Yes," Wick said. "So the war is functionally a logistics problem," Harry said. "He can't die permanently until the objects are destroyed. Find the objects, destroy them, then he can die." "That's the shape of it," Wick said. "How do you find them?" Harry said. "We're working on it," Wick said. "Marcus has people looking at Riddle's history. Where he went, what he touched, who he knew." He paused. "There are institutional records on the Muggle side that your people have never thought to check." Harry looked at him. "Our people," he said. "Wizards, we haven't checked Muggle records." "Why would you?" Wick said. "You don't think in those terms." "But you do," Harry said. "We do," Wick said. Harry nodded slowly and wrote something in his notebook, and Wick did not ask what, because Harry's notebook was Harry's and had been since the beginning. Second year announced itself with a flying car, which Harry thought was a reasonable encapsulation of the operational security standards of the Weasley household. He had spent a week at the Burrow in August. Molly Weasley had written to ask, and Harry had gone, because he had concluded over the course of the school year that Ron Weasley was the most uncomplicated good person he had met in his age group, and the Burrow was where Ron came from. And it was worth understanding the origin points of people you trusted. The Burrow was extraordinary. It was loud and warm and slightly falling apart in the way of structures that are loved harder than they are repaired. And it smelled like baking and the outdoors, and it had 6 people in it at all times, all talking simultaneously, which Harry found overwhelming for approximately the first 4 hours and then, strangely, didn't, because the noise was all of a particular kind. Affectionate, unguarded. Nobody in the Burrow was performing for anyone else. He had not, he realized on the second day, ever been anywhere where nobody was performing. He filed this under useful, unexpectedly. The flying car was the twins, Fred and George, who Harry had catalogued as technically brilliant. No operational discipline, enormous creative potential. A combined talent for misdirection that they were using entirely for entertainment when it could have applications, and had been used, apparently, to retrieve Harry from his aunt and uncle's house, which was the first time the Dursleys had come up in any concrete way in 7 years, and which Harry did not examine too closely in the moment. He wrote to Wick. The Weasley twins flew to Surrey in an enchanted car. They are charming. Their risk assessment is basically non-existent. I like them. Wick wrote back, keep an eye on the twins. People who are comfortable with chaos are either a vulnerability or an asset, depending on the context. The flying car, returning them to school when the barrier at King's Cross was inexplicably sealed. A detail Harry noted as not random, cause unknown, flag for follow-up, deposited them in a tree, which Wick would have had opinions about, and which Harry filed under. Situation resolved. No lasting damage. Do not repeat. The first attack happened on Halloween. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, found stiff, suspended in midair in a corridor Harry had not been near a message on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry looked at the message. He looked at the cat. He looked at the corridor, specifically at the floor, where there was water running from a blocked pipe, and at the angle of the torch sconces, and at the window at the far end that would, at the right time of day, create a particular configuration of reflective surfaces. Something reflected, Hermione said behind him. Yes, Harry said. The cat didn't see it directly. What does it? Ron said. Something we don't want to see directly either, Harry said. Don't look for it directly. He scanned the corridor with his peripheral vision, the way Wick had shown him, the way you look at stars, the ones you can't see straight on come into focus from the side. Large, probably underground access uses the pipes. How do you? Ron started. The water's coming from somewhere. Harry said, and the castle's plumbing is old. Old plumbing in an old building has access points. Hermione was already thinking. He could tell by the angle of her head. The chamber, she said slowly. It's not a metaphor, it's a location. Yes, Harry said, somewhere below. Accessible through the plumbing infrastructure. He looked at the water on the floor. Salazar Slytherin built it. It would have been here from the foundation. He paused. A Parseltongue speaker would have access. He was aware of the silence that followed this. You speak to snakes, Ron said. Not accusingly, carefully. Occasionally, Harry said. It's not something I advertise. Can you? Hermione started. I don't know where the entrance is yet, Harry said. When I do, it won't be the first move, it'll be later. He wrote to Wick that night, something is hunting in the castle. Petrifies rather than kills, controlled. The Chamber of Secrets is a location, probably below the plumbing. Someone is opening it. Not Quirrell, he's dead. Someone new or something left over. The message uses the word heir, Slytherin's bloodline, or someone using that framing. The thing we discussed last year, the fragment idea. Could something like that be used as a weapon? Could it be put into an object that then acts independently? He sat with his pen over the paper. I think that's what this is. Wick's reply came 4 days later, which was the fastest he had ever written back. Yes, possible. Potentially how he extended his reach before his body failed. An object containing a piece acts as a transmitter, exerts influence, could possess. Look for the object, not the person. Do not go into the chamber alone. Harry read this twice and wrote "I know" at the bottom and sent it back. The diary arrived in Hermione's hands first, technically, because she found it in the flooded second-floor bathroom on one of her investigative expeditions, and brought it to Harry because it had no writing in it, and writing appeared when she tried, which she thought was interesting and which Harry thought was alarming in a specific and quiet way. He held it. It was a small black diary. T.M. Riddle, 1943, embossed on the cover. He opened it. He wrote in it carefully a single sentence. "Who are you?" The ink vanished. New ink appeared. "My name is Tom Riddle." "Who are you?" Harry looked at this for a long moment. He wrote, "A student." "What are you?" "A memory," it wrote back. "Preserved in this diary 50 years ago. I can show you things if you trust me." Harry put the pen down. He sat with the diary in his hands and thought about the word memory and the word fragment and the conversation in the backfield in July. And he thought about what Wick had said about objects that act as transmitters, that exert influence, and he thought about possession. And he thought about Ginny Weasley, who had been quieter lately in a way that Harry had noticed and filed and not yet connected to anything. He connected it now. He wrote to Wick, "I have found the object. It is a diary. It contains something that presents itself as a memory, but behaves like a person, responsive, persuasive, offers to show things. I think it's been influencing someone at this school all year. I think that someone is Ginny Weasley, who has been looking unwell since September and who was in the bathroom where the diary turned up. I think the chamber entrance is in that bathroom. I think the diary is what's been opening it." He sealed the letter and sent it. Then he went back to the diary and wrote, "Thank you for the offer. I'll think about it." He did not trust it. He did not write in it again. He kept it because Wick had told him once, "Never destroy anything you might need later." He kept it in a pocket he sewed into the lining of his school bag, and he kept the bag close. And he thought about what it meant that there was a 50-year-old piece of something living in an object in his possession, and what that said about the object's maker. He mapped the plumbing. This was harder than mapping the castle because the plumbing wasn't visible. But Hogwarts was old enough that there were records in the library, in a section of architectural texts that Hermione found, and that detailed the castle's original construction in the kind of dry procedural language that most students found unreadably boring, and that Harry found, by contrast, extremely useful. The original drainage system ran northeast to southwest. The main access, large enough for something significant to move through, was below the second-floor girls' bathroom, which had been out of service since a student died in it in the 1940s. A student who died in the 1940s, when the diary was dated. Harry brought this to Hermione, who looked at it and said, "Moaning Myrtle," with the expression of someone who has just connected two things that were obvious in retrospect and is processing the feeling of not having connected them sooner. "Who?" Harry said. "The ghost in that bathroom." Hermione said, "She died there. She never left." She paused. "Harry, she could tell us how she died." Myrtle told them with some emotional flourish that she had heard a voice coming from a tap speaking in a hissing language and had opened her eyes to see a great yellow eye and then died. Harry asked where the tap was. Myrtle showed them. It was a tap that had never worked. Harry crouched in front of it and looked at the engraved snake on its side for a moment. "Could you open it?" Hermione asked. "Probably," Harry said. "The question is whether now is the right time to open it." He looked at Ginny Weasley, who was standing in the bathroom doorway, having followed them with the unfocused expression she'd had for weeks, and whose eyes, in the light from the dirty bathroom window, were not quite the right color. "Now," he said, "is the right time." He spoke to the tap. The sink moved. The drain opened. A pipe descended into darkness large enough for a person to slide down. Harry looked at it. "I'm going," he said. "We're coming," Ron said. He was behind Hermione in the doorway, slightly out of breath from running up 3 flights to find them. "Ron," Harry said, "I need you up here. If she runs, I need someone up here. If I'm not back in 2 hours, send Hermione to McGonagall, not Dumbledore. McGonagall first." "Why not?" "Because McGonagall will act immediately," Harry said. Dumbledore will have thoughts about it first." Ron looked at him for a long moment. 2 hours, he said. 2 hours, Harry said. He looked at Hermione. "You're coming," he said. "I know," she said. She had her wand out and the particular expression she wore in difficult situations, which was very focused and slightly terrifying. He went down the pipe. The Chamber of Secrets was, as its name suggested, a chamber. It was also, as its name did not mention, enormous, a cathedral of stone carved with serpents, stretching further than Harry could see, lit by a greenish phosphorescence that came from somewhere, and illuminated everything in a way that made everything look like the bottom of the ocean. Harry walked with his wand up and his eyes moving, noting. The corridor was a single point of failure, one direction in and out. Wick would have called that a trap, and he walked to the right of center rather than the middle for the same reason he never walked down the center of corridors, which was that the center was where you were expected. Ginny was at the far end, crumpled against the base of a massive stone face. Between them, nothing visible. But something was there. The air was different at the midpoint, heavier, somehow wrong, in the way that recently occupied spaces felt different from empty ones. "Harry Potter," said a voice. The voice belonged to a boy who was 16 and tall and dark-haired, and who stepped out of the shadows with the particular composure of someone who has been waiting for something for a long time and is choosing how to arrive at it. He was beautiful in the way that things are beautiful when they've been crafted rather than grown, and his eyes were like the diary, dark and interested and not quite fully alive. Harry looked at him. "Tom Riddle." "You're the diary," Harry said. "I'm what the diary remembered," Riddle said. "What it preserved. A version of him at 16, his best year, he always thought." He smiled. It was a practiced smile. "You know about him, about what he became." "Yes," Harry said. "Then you know you can't win this," Riddle said. "He put me here to be found. This moment is 50 years planned." "He didn't know about me," Harry said. Riddle tilted his head. "No, you're unusual. He didn't account for you specifically." He stepped forward. "Which is why I'm curious. You're not afraid." "I am, actually," Harry said, "but that's not a decision-making input." Riddle looked at him with something that was almost genuine interest. "Who taught you that?" "A man you don't know about," Harry said, "which is also useful information." "I'm going to kill you," Riddle said conversationally, "but I'd like to understand you first." "I'd rather you didn't do either," Harry said. He was looking past Riddle while he talked. He'd been looking past him since he arrived, cataloging the space. The stone face, Slytherin, clearly, and the seam at the base of it that suggested a mouth, a mechanism, something that opened. The phosphorescence came from a crack in the ceiling at the chamber's end. Ginny's chest was rising and falling. She was alive. Riddle's wand was pointed at Harry, but Riddle was talking, and people who were talking were showing you something about what they needed. Tom Riddle needed to be understood. He needed, Harry thought, more than almost anything else for someone to appreciate what he was, what he'd made, the elegance of it. "Tell me about the chamber," Harry said. Riddle's expression shifted just slightly. "Excuse me," "The chamber," Harry said. 50 years old, built to last. That's difficult magic. The mechanism for the basilisk alone, you know what it is," Riddle said. "I worked it out," Harry said. "From the attack pattern, the petrifications." He kept his voice neutral and interested, because neutral and interested was what Riddle wanted, and keeping him wanting was buying time for the thing Harry was actually doing, which was locating the mechanism for the stone face. It was the mouth. The stone Slytherin's mouth. The basilisk lived inside the head, the seam at the base of it, a channel probably that ran behind the wall. "The Parseltongue command to open it," Harry said. "Was that your addition or original construction?" "Original," Riddle said, and stepped closer because he was the kind of person who moved toward audiences when talking about himself. "Salazar Slytherin designed the access. I discovered it in my 5th year. The command—" He stopped. He had noticed something in Harry's eyes. "You're not listening," he said. Not angrily, with something that might have been respect and was definitely calculation. "You're—" Harry opened the sorting hat. He had been carrying it since October, when it had inexplicably arrived in his bag one morning with a note from Dumbledore that said only, "The school provides what is needed to those who look." He had been uncertain what it meant until this moment, when it was very clear. The sword came out of it with a clarity that Harry had no time to be surprised by, because Riddle was already raising his wand and the basilisk's eyes were opening above them, and Harry was moving. He closed his own eyes. He did not need to see the basilisk. He could hear it, the massive displacement of air, the scale of something enormous moving, the hiss of stone on stone. He moved by sound and by the map of the chamber he'd built in the 40 seconds he'd spent looking, and he did not stop moving because stopping was where you died. The sword hit stone and then scale, and then the thing above him screamed. He felt the fang go into his arm at the same moment that he felt the sword find home in the basilisk's head, and he pulled the sword free and kept his eyes closed and reached into his pocket with his free arm and found the diary. He stabbed it with the basilisk's broken fang. The ink that came out was not ink. It screamed. It dissolved. Tom Riddle, 16, beautiful, crafted, dissolved with it at the edges first, and the scream was the sound of something that has been certain of its own permanence being confronted with the fact of its end. Harry opened his eyes after the screaming stopped. Ginny gasped and then started crying and then sat up. "It's done," Harry said to her, because she needed to hear that first. His arm was going cold. The basilisk venom was working, which Wick had once told him was a problem for later. Address the immediate, the subsequent is for after. And the phoenix arrived before the immediate became the subsequent, which was the kind of timing that Harry suspected was not coincidental. Fawkes healed the wound with tears that were warm and smelled of something Harry had no words for. He sat in the Chamber of Secrets with the dead basilisk and the ruined diary and Ginny Weasley, who was staring at him with an expression that combined gratitude with mortification and genuine horror at her own recent behavior. "The diary," Harry said. "You found it before September?" "At Diagon Alley," Ginny said quietly. "Someone put it in my cauldron. I didn't know." "I know you didn't know," Harry said. "That's how it works. It found a way in." Were you ready for this?" she said, looking at the sword, the diary, the basilisk, the general situation. "Not for this specifically," Harry said honestly, "but I've been watching it coming for months." "That's not the same as being ready," she said. "No," Harry said, "it's not." He stood up slightly carefully, testing his arm. It worked. "It's usually all you get, though." He sent Wick the account in full. Wick replied in 3 days. The last line of Wick's letter read, "The diary. You're certain it's connected to the name we discussed, to Riddle, and not just to his past?" Harry wrote back, "I'm certain. Riddle and Voldemort are the same person." The diary was a piece of him. An old piece from when he was young and ambitious, and before the war made him whatever he is now. If he made one piece of himself into a weapon, he made others. I told you I thought that in October. I'm more certain now. The diary was a vessel. He gave it to someone to carry into the school without knowing what it was. He used it to control her and open the chamber. He thinks in terms of instruments. He thinks in terms of others carrying his pieces without knowing. There are more. I don't know how many. There are more. A pause, and then he added, "I destroyed one." That means it's possible. That means this is a list with an end on it. He folded the letter and addressed it and sat for a moment with it in his hands. He had a coin in his pocket, a gold coin from the Continental, the one Wick had given him the year before they left for Hogwarts, on a Tuesday morning in October with the leaves coming off the oak tree and Daisy asleep on the flat rock, when Wick had said, "Keep this." Not as money. As a message to yourself. What message? Harry had said that you're someone who keeps their word, Wick had said. Even when the word is hard, even when no one is checking. Harry turned the coin over in his fingers. He had destroyed one. He had kept his word to himself about one. He put the coin back in his pocket and sent the letter and went down to dinner and ate the way Wick had taught him to eat properly, fully, without skipping it because other things felt more pressing, because taking care of the basic maintenance was part of the same discipline as everything else. Later, Ron said, "You're quiet." I'm thinking, Harry said. What about a list, Harry said, with an end on it? Ron considered whether to ask about the list and decided, with the instinct he'd developed over a year of watching Harry think, that the list was not the kind of thing you asked about yet. Right, he said. Do you want more chicken? Yes, Harry said. Ron handed him more chicken. This was, Harry thought, also what loyalty looked like, not dramatic declarations, just, "Do you need something I can give you? And if yes, here it is, no production required." He ate his chicken and thought about the list, and did not tell Ron that somewhere in the arithmetic of the year that had just ended. He had passed a threshold he'd been approaching since a car park on the M3, and that the world on the other side of that threshold was the same world and also, in some important way, not. The letters started in July. The first one arrived on a Thursday, carried by a very battered barn owl that looked like it had made the journey under significant protest, and deposited the letter on Harry's breakfast plate with the expression of an animal that has done its duty and intends to be compensated accordingly. Harry gave it toast. It ate the toast without enthusiasm and left. The letter was short. It read, "I know about John Wick. I know what he is and I know what he taught you, and I want you to know that I don't consider that a problem. You turned out rather well, all things considered. I've been watching for 2 years, and I think you know that. More importantly, I'm innocent. Peter Pettigrew is alive. He's been alive for 12 years as a rat, living with a wizarding family. I think you know which one. I'm not asking you to do anything yet. I'm asking you to think about it. SB." Harry read it twice. Then he read it a third time, not because he'd missed anything, but because he wanted to check his own read on it. The way the sentences were arranged, the information it chose to include and exclude, the specific detail of "I know about John Wick," which was either a threat or an offering of credentials, and which Harry had concluded by the end of the third reading was the second thing. He wrote back, "Tell me about Pettigrew. Everything you know in the order it happened." The reply came in 2 days. "I was the Potter's secret keeper. I suggested they switch to Peter at the last moment. I thought I was the obvious target. Peter was working for Voldemort. He gave them up and then faked his death when I confronted him, cut off his own finger, killed 12 muggles and became a rat. He's been a rat ever since. Ron Weasley has been keeping him as a pet. His name is Scabbers." Harry looked up from this letter at the window. Scabbers. He thought about Scabbers, who he had observed over 2 years with the peripheral attention he gave everything. An old, grey, generally unimpressive rat who Ron had received from his brother Percy, and who had been in the Weasley family for 12 years, which was extraordinarily long for a rat, which was a fact Harry had noted in his second week at Hogwarts and filed without knowing yet what to file it under. He now knew what to file it under. He wrote back, "How do I verify this?" "A spell," Sirius wrote back, "forces an animagus back to human form. Any competent professor can perform it. Get the rat and get to a professor you trust." Harry considered which professors he trusted. The list was shorter than it should have been for a school, and it was ordered. He wrote back one more time, "I'll be in touch. Don't do anything yet." Then he went downstairs to find Wick, who was reading on the porch, and said, "Sirius Black has been writing to me." Wick looked up from his book. "He's innocent," Harry said. "I think." "You think," Wick said. "I think," Harry said. "I want to verify before I commit to certainty." "He's given me a method." He explained Scabbers. He explained Pettigrew. He explained the letter and his read on it. Wick listened. He set the book down. "How does he know about me?" he said. "I don't know yet," Harry said, "but he knew to offer it as a credential, not a threat. That's considered. He's thought about how I'd receive it." "That's either very good or concerning," Wick said. "I know," Harry said. "I think it's good. People with bad intentions don't usually present themselves as the thing you're going to check." Wick was quiet for a moment, turning this over. "There's something else," Harry said. He said, "I know what Wick is and I don't consider it a problem. You turned out rather well. He's been watching me, specifically, for 2 years. "From Azkaban," Wick said. "He escaped Azkaban in June," Harry said. Wick looked at him. "I read the papers." Harry said, "I read all the papers." "He's the only person to ever escape Azkaban, and he did it as a dog." which means he's an unregistered animagus, which means he knows things about existing outside sanctioned channels, which is the kind of person who would think carefully about how to introduce himself. Wick looked at his book, then back at Harry. "All right," he said. "Right back. Get what you need from him when you go back to school carefully." "There are also Dementors," Harry said. "I know," Wick said. 100 Dementors stationed around the school," Harry said. "To catch him." "How do they work?" Wick said. Harry explained Dementors. He had done considerable research after reading about them in June. They fed on happiness. They forced the worst memories to the surface. They were controlled, technically, by the Ministry. Their presence had a cold, suppressive effect on everyone around them. "Like psychological warfare," Wick said. "Exactly like that," Harry said. "The Ministry put them there to protect the school, but the effect is that everyone inside the school is mildly under siege." He paused. "And there's apparently a counter-charm, a patronus. It requires a specific kind of intention." "What kind?" Wick said. Harry had read the description 3 times, and each time it had described the charm differently. "Happiness, a happy memory, the will to protect." He had found none of these individually satisfying as explanations for how the charm actually worked. "I'm not sure the books have it right," he said. "I think it's about the decision, the deliberate choice to push back against the cold." Wick looked at him. "I think the patronus is what you decide to feel," Harry said slowly, "rather than what you happen to feel. The books describe it as a happy memory, but I think that's the mechanism, not the principle. The principle is the refusal." "Can you do it?" Wick said. "I don't know yet," Harry said honestly. "I haven't needed to try." "Work on it this summer," Wick said. "How do I practice without Dementors?" Harry said. "You know how the cold feels when it comes," Wick said. "You've had moments. Practice the refusal in those moments. The feeling and the counter-feeling are separate events. You can work on the counter-feeling any time." Harry thought about this. He thought about the way the diary had felt in his hands, the small particular wrongness of it, the cold beneath the surface, and about what he'd done about that feeling, which was, noted it, filed it, continued functioning. "The refusal," he said. "The refusal," Wick confirmed. "3rd year began with the Dementors, before they even reached the school. On the train, somewhere in the Midlands, the lights went out, and the temperature dropped with the totality of something physical rather than meteorological. And Harry felt the cold come into the carriage like a slow flood, rising from the floor, filling the space between his ribs with something that was not quite fear and not quite sorrow, but had the texture of both. He heard his mother's voice. He had no memory of his mother's voice, had never heard it consciously, but he heard it now, high and desperate, and saying, "Not Harry, please, not Harry," and underneath that, a thin, terrible laugh. He focused on the refusal. He did not know the charm yet. He did not have the words. He did not have the silver light. But the principle was what Wick had described, the deliberate choice, the decision made in the cold, and he made it now, fiercely and without theatrics. No, not to the memory, not to the voice, to the cold. To the feeling that the worst thing that had happened was also the biggest thing, the defining thing, the only thing. No, the Dementor passed the compartment. Harry was upright. He was the only one still upright. A new Professor Lupin. The man had a face like someone who'd been through several things and was currently in a reasonable period, produced chocolate, and the Dementor retreated. And Harry ate the chocolate and felt the cold recede and looked at his hands, steady. Lupin was watching him with the particular focused attention of someone trying not to look like they were watching closely. Harry let him. He ate his chocolate and said nothing about what had just happened, because what had just happened was between himself and the cold and was nobody else's business yet. Dementor got on the train. Ron said, recovering with the particular resilience of someone constitutionally opposed to staying down for long. "Yes," Harry said, "you didn't. Hermione started and then stopped herself." "Didn't what?" Harry said. "Pass out," she said carefully. "Most people," she stopped again. "I know." Harry said, "The chocolate helps. Have you had yours?" She had not had hers. He gave her his remaining piece. She ate it with the automatic reflex of someone accepting a thing offered without wanting to make a production of the acceptance. Lupin watched this and said nothing, and looked out the window. Professor Lupin taught defense against the dark arts the way someone teaches a subject they've lived rather than read, which was a distinction Harry appreciated. He was precise about things that most adults were imprecise about: the mechanics of fear, the specific vulnerabilities that different creatures targeted, the difference between magical protection and psychological preparation. Harry liked him. He made the notation in his notebook: trustworthy, qualified, carrying something heavy, not hiding it exactly but not offering it either. Treat accordingly, he went to Lupin's office 3 weeks into term. "The Patronus charm," Harry said. "Can you teach me?" Lupin looked at him over his desk. He did not say, "You're a 3rd year," or "That's advanced magic," or "Why do you want to learn that?" He said, "What's your understanding of the principle?" "The refusal," Harry said. "Not the happy memory specifically, the decision to push back." Lupin was quiet for a moment. "Most texts describe it as requiring a happy memory," he said. "I know," Harry said. "I think the happy memory is one route to the refusal, not the refusal itself." "What makes you think that?" Lupin said. "Because on the train," Harry said. "I didn't have a charm, and I didn't have a memory, and I didn't fall. I just decided not to." Lupin looked at him for a long time. "Yes," he said finally. "That's correct. Most wizards need the memory as an anchor, something to hold on to while making the refusal. Some people can make it without one." He paused. "You'd be the youngest I've encountered." "Can you teach me the charm anyway?" Harry said. "The anchor might still be useful." "What would you use?" Lupin said. Harry thought about it. He thought about the back field, and Daisy asleep on the flat rock, and the smell of engine oil and cut grass, and a man reading on a porch who had stopped his car on the M3 because he found he couldn't drive past. "I have something," he said. The Patronus that came out of his wand the first time he produced one 3 sessions later, with a Boggart modified to act as a practice Dementor in Lupin's cold office, was not a wisp. It was not a fragment. It was large and immediate and shaped like a dog, and it filled the room with a light that was warm in a way that the word warm didn't entirely cover. Lupin stood very still. "A dog," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "Interesting." Lupin said, in the tone of someone receiving information that connects to other information they already have and are trying not to visibly react to. Harry looked at his Patronus, large, solid, looking up at him with the patient devotion of something that has decided its purpose and is at peace with it, and decided not to ask what Lupin found interesting about it. Not yet. The first time Harry met Sirius Black in person, it was not dramatic. It was November, cold, in a cave above Hogsmeade that Sirius had evidently been living in for several weeks on the basis of the fish bones and the sleeping arrangements. Harry had located it by the simple method of asking the castle's ghosts if anyone had seen a large black dog in the area, which none of the teachers had thought to do, because talking to ghosts about operational intelligence was not in anyone's playbook. He went alone. He had told Ron he was going to Hogsmeade, and Ron had not asked why he was going alone because Ron had learned, by now, that when Harry said he was going somewhere alone, there was a reason that would be explained eventually. The cave smelled of cold stone and old fish, and the particular smell of a large dog that had not been washed recently. Harry stood at the entrance for a moment, noting, single exit, low ceiling, defensible from the inside but trapped from the outside, which was either desperation or deliberate choice. "You can come in," said a voice. Rough. Not recently used for conversation, Harry went in. Sirius Black was sitting against the back wall of the cave. He had the look of someone who had been starving for a while and had not quite recovered, the hollows under his cheekbones, the eyes that were too bright and too careful. He was also undeniably monitoring Harry the way Harry monitored most rooms. Exits, threat-level variables. Harry sat down across from him, cross-legged. "You look like your mother," Sirius said. "I've been told," Harry said. "You look like someone who's been eating fish raw." "I have," Sirius said. "It's as bad as it sounds." Harry reached into his bag and produced a wrapped sandwich which he'd taken from dinner the evening before and which was slightly squashed but intact. He held it out. Sirius looked at it. Something in his face did something complicated. He took the sandwich. "You came alone," he said. "Yes," Harry said. Sirius started again. "John Wick knows." "He knows I'm here," Harry said. "He trusts my read on situations." Sirius ate part of the sandwich. Harry waited. "I was his secret keeper," Sirius said. "Your father's, James's, I thought." He stopped again. "I convinced them to switch to Peter at the last minute because I thought I was the obvious target. I was wrong. Peter had been working for Voldemort for a year. I gave them the most vulnerable person I knew, thinking I was protecting them." He said this with the flat economy of someone who has rehearsed the account many times and stripped it down to what actually happened, removed the self-justification, left only the sequence. Harry listened without changing his expression. "When I realized," Sirius said, "I went after Peter. I had him cornered and he cut off his finger, shouted enough for the Muggles to hear and blew up half the street. Killed 12 people, framed me for all of it, then he transformed." He looked at his hands. "I laughed. When they arrested me, I laughed. I'd gone mad for a moment, the sheer absurdity." He stopped. "They took that as guilt." "You didn't get a trial," Harry said. "No," Sirius said. Harry had already verified this. Hermione had verified it, technically, through the library's archive of the Daily Prophet. No trial, no hearing, direct to Azkaban on the testimony of the scene and the assumption. "Scabbers," Harry said. "He's been with the Weasleys since 1981, Sirius said. "Percy got him when he started Hogwarts." "He's been at the school for 3 years. "Near Dumbledore," Harry said. "Near me." "Near you," Sirius said. "I think," he hesitated, "I think Voldemort isn't as gone as people believe. I think Pettigrew is waiting for something." "For him to be strong enough to call," Harry said. Sirius looked at him. "He's been in contact with Voldemort before," Harry said. "He was a spy. Spies maintain contact. If Voldemort isn't gone—" "He's not gone," Sirius said. "I know he's not gone. You know he's not gone." "Then Pettigrew is still a line of communication," Harry said. "Which is one reason not to kill him." Sirius's eyes went flat. "One reason." "The first reason is the same," Harry said. "He's evidence. A dead Pettigrew is just a dead rat. A live Pettigrew is 12 years of wrongful imprisonment corrected and the death of 12 Muggles attributed to the right person." He paused. "He's also information about what Voldemort knows, what he's planning, where he's been." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. "You're Wick," he said. "He taught you that." "He taught me to think about what's most useful," Harry said. "The useful thing here is a live Pettigrew who tells us everything." "He won't tell us anything," Sirius said. "Peter doesn't break for. Not for threats, maybe," Harry said, "but he's been a rat for 12 years. He chose that over being a person. There are ways to make the rat option less comfortable than talking." He paused. "I'm not going to do those. I want him alive and talking through legal channels, through a trial, yours and his simultaneously." Sirius stared at him. "You're 12, he said. 13, Harry said. "You're 13, Sirius said, "and you're telling me you want to use Peter Pettigrew as a legal instrument to exonerate me." "Yes," Harry said. "Is that a problem?" Sirius looked at the ceiling of the cave. He made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob, and was clearly the result of 12 years in Azkaban meeting a 13-year-old who had just offered the most considered response to his situation that anyone had offered in 12 years. "No," he said. "It's not a problem." "Good," Harry said. "Finish the sandwich. We'll work out the details." The high table operative appeared in November. Harry had been in Hogsmeade on a Saturday, alone, following a lead on the shrieking shack that had turned out to be less informative than expected, when he noticed the man. He noticed him the way Wick had taught him to notice things. Not by looking directly, but by the information that assembled in his peripheral vision and didn't fit the context. The man was Muggle. No robes, no wand, wrong shoes for the cobblestones. The small tell of someone used to a different environment trying to move through this one without being read. He was watching Harry with professional interest, which was a specific quality of attention Harry had learned to identify. He walked to the post office. He did not look at the man. He sent 2 letters, one to Wick, High Table, Hogsmeade, now operative, don't alarm, and one, after a moment's consideration, to Dumbledore. There is a Muggle man in Hogsmeade who has been watching me for 20 minutes. He is not a tourist. I thought you should know. Then he walked out of the post office and went on a 30-minute misdirection through Hogsmeade that was, technically, just shopping. He bought quills at Scrivenshafts. He spent 8 minutes in the bookshop, examining a history of goblin rebellions that he did not particularly want, but which had the practical benefit of keeping him near the back shelves and tracking the operative's movement through the window. He stopped at Honeyjuke's and was very deliberate about choosing chocolate, which gave him 6 minutes of legitimate presence in a position from which he could see both exits. The man followed at a professional distance. Harry thought about this distance and decided the man was good, but not as good as he was trying to seem, because good operatives didn't follow individuals into small shops. They triangulated, positioned ahead, appeared to already be there when you arrived. This man was reactive, which meant he didn't know Harry's routine, which meant he'd found Harry today specifically, which meant the Hogsmeade visit was publicized. On the school notice board. Every 3rd Saturday, someone had known when to come. Harry went to Honeyjuke's back room, which connected to the tunnel he'd found in September, the one that led under the Whomping Willow, which led to the Shrieking Shack, which was useful as an alternative route. He didn't use it now. He used it to lose the man, who followed him into Honeyjuke's, and then stood in the main shop looking at the empty back room with the expression of someone who has made an error and is calculating what to do about it. Harry came around the outside of the building through a side alley, went back through the main street, and walked directly up the path to the school. Dumbledore was waiting at the gate. This was not coincidental. Dumbledore did very few things coincidentally. A quiet walk. The headmaster said pleasantly, "Something like that," Harry said. "Did you get my letter?" "I did," Dumbledore said. "He's gone now." "I know," Harry said. "He lost me at Honeyjuke's." He paused. "He was high table." Dumbledore looked at him carefully. "You know that term?" "I know a great deal," Harry said evenly. "I was raised by someone who operates at that level. It wasn't a secret." "No," Dumbledore said. "I don't imagine much is a secret in that arrangement." He looked down at Harry over his glasses with an expression Harry had been developing a more complete picture of all year. It was wise, and it was careful. And there was underneath it something that was genuinely fond, and there was underneath that something that Harry had begun to call, privately, the calculation. "Someone told the high table where to find me," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Someone in that world who knows about me and considers me a liability," Harry said. "Because I'm John Wick's, because Wick has history there." "The world you come from," Dumbledore said carefully, "has its own politics, as does ours. They occasionally intersect. I've been ensuring they don't intersect at Hogwarts." "You've known," Harry said, "since before I came." "I've been watching since before you came," Dumbledore said. "I hope you don't find that intrusive." "I find it consistent with your general approach," Harry said. He said it without hostility. Dumbledore received it without offense. "Indeed," the old man said. And then, with something that was almost, not quite, but almost, an apology at its edges. "You are not only my student, Harry. I owe you more transparency than I have offered. I intend to correct that in time." "I'll hold you to that," Harry said. Dumbledore smiled. It was a real smile. Harry had spent 3 years learning the difference. "I suspect you will," he said. Scabbers bolted on a night in March. Harry had been waiting for it. He had told Ron and Hermione in February, carefully, in full, about Sirius's letters, about Pettigrew, about the 12 years of wrongful imprisonment, and had watched Ron process the information that his rat was a man with the particular sequence of disbelief, recalibration, fury, and then a quieter fury that was worse because it was about the betrayal of something he'd trusted. He had given Ron time. He had not rushed him. "He's been with us since I was a baby," Ron said one evening, looking at Scabbers. "I know," Harry said, and the whole time, "I know," Harry said. Ron was quiet for a long moment. "Right," he said. "What do we do?" "We keep him until we can get him to someone who can perform the spell legally," Harry said. McGonagall would work, or Lupin. Not Dumbledore. Dumbledore would handle it, Harry said. But he'd also make decisions about what came next before we had any input. I'd rather present McGonagall with a human pedigree and a statement and create a situation where the correct legal response is already obvious. Ron stared at him. Sometimes, he said. I forget you think like this all the time. Like what? Harry said. Like you're always 3 moves ahead, Ron said. It's a lot. I can stop explaining it if— No, Ron said. No, keep explaining it. I just need a minute sometimes. Scabbers bolted on a moonlit night in March through the castle grounds, which Harry had not planned for specifically, but had accounted for as a variable. And everything that followed unfolded in the way that uncontrolled variables unfold. Rapidly, and not entirely according to any existing plan. The Whomping Willow. The tunnel. The Shrieking Shack. Lupin, who had been a friend of Harry's father and who had known Sirius for 30 years, and who was. Harry understood in the Shrieking Shack, an unregistered animagus, and also a werewolf, which was information that reorganized several things Harry had noted and not yet connected. Pettigrew backed against the wall, small and sweating and doing the thing that frightened cornered things did, making himself pathetic, appealing to emotion, offering justifications. He would have killed me, Pettigrew said about Voldemort. I had no choice. Everyone has a choice, Harry said. He said it quietly. Pettigrew stopped. They said he was all-powerful, they said. You chose, Harry said. The choice might have been between a bad option and a worse one, but you chose. Own it. Sirius was behind him, 12 years of rage in his hands and his wand pointed at a man who had cost him everything. Harry didn't turn around. Sirius, he said, he deserves. I know what he deserves, Harry said. Give him to the Ministry. Let them deal it out in front of everyone. That's what he deserves, not a quick end in the dark. A very long pause. You sound like a very old person, Ron said from the corner. I sound like someone who wants this done correctly, Harry said. Sirius lowered his wand. Pettigrew looked at Harry with the eyes of someone calculating whether gratitude or new betrayal was more immediately useful, and Harry looked back with the eyes of someone who had made the calculation first and found the answer already. Don't, Harry said. Pettigrew didn't. They bound him. They went back through the tunnel, with Lupin, who had been in the middle of explaining what he intended to do with Pettigrew, specifically in terms of legal remediation, in detail, and who had the expression of a man who has spent 30 years hoping for this moment and is trying very hard not to hope too loudly in case it comes undone. The moon was full. Lupin transformed. In the chaos that followed, Pettigrew escaping in the instant of transformation. Sirius as a dog dragging Harry and Hermione free of a transformed werewolf. The Dementors at the lake. Harry had exactly 3 seconds to decide what he was going to do, which was the same number of seconds he usually had for decisions of this kind and which, 3 years ago, would not have been enough. It was enough now. He produced his Patronus. It was large. It was immediately and completely solid. It was a dog, and it ran at the Dementors with the focused confidence of something that has already decided it will not be stopped, and the Dementors retreated from it the way things retreat from certainty. He held it. He kept holding it. He held it until the Dementors were at the far edge of the lake, and his wand arm was shaking with the effort, and Sirius had not received the Dementor's kiss. Then the unconsciousness came, which he'd been expecting, and which he handled by sitting down before it handled him. The time-turner was Hermione's idea. It was also Harry's idea. They had arrived at it independently before Dumbledore mentioned it, which was something Harry noted. Dumbledore had been in the hospital wing and had said, very carefully, you might find that more time is available to you than you think, and he had said it to both of them, which meant he knew. He'd known about the time-turner all year. He'd known it was there as an option. Harry sat with this piece of information while Hermione retrieved the device from around her neck, and he thought about the way Dumbledore played his game, the very long game, the game where pieces didn't always know they were pieces, and he thought, he left us the turner and let us find our own way to use it. Does it bother you? Hermione asked. That he knew. Yes, Harry said, and it doesn't. That's not an answer, she said. It's a complicated situation, he said. He gave us the tool, he didn't direct the use. That's different from him doing it himself. Is it different enough? Harry thought about it. I don't know yet, he said honestly. I'll decide after. The execution was precise. They had decided 2 hours before the turner was used what needed to happen in what order with what timing. Harry had written it out. 3 things. Buckbeak, the timing at the lake, serious. They did not go back further than they needed to. They changed what needed changing and left everything else alone, because changing everything you can is not the same as changing what matters. Sirius on the back of Buckbeak, rising into a sky that was going from dark to gray, turning once to look back at Harry from altitude, not a wave, not a signal, just a look that meant, I see you. I know you did this. Harry watched him go. He stood at the window for a while after Buckbeak and Sirius were gone from the sky, until the gray became pale blue and the school around him started its early morning sounds. He made a note. Not in his notebook, in the place he kept things that were too significant for paper. Pettigrew is out there. Alive, transformed, gone. That means Voldemort has a path back. That means the next year matters more than this one. That means the list with the end on it, is more urgent than I thought. He put his hands in his pockets. The coin was there, cool and round. He kept it until Hermione appeared at his shoulder and they went downstairs to breakfast and ate properly and did not talk about what had just happened, because some things needed a day before they became sentences. Ron asked over toast, "Did it work?" "Yes," Harry said. "Sirius is safe?" "Yes." "And Peter?" "Gone," Harry said. "Not gone, just gone for now." Ron was quiet. He ate his toast. "You'll get him eventually," he said, not a question. "When it's time," Harry said. "How will you know when it's time?" Harry thought about a man on a porch, reading with coffee. About the field and the flat rock, and a coin with a message written into it by the nature of what it was. "I'll know," he said. "The right time to act isn't when you're ready. It's when acting is more important than waiting." Ron considered this. "You know what?" he said. "I understand that. Which means either it makes sense or you've been saying things at me for 3 years, and I've started to absorb them." "Both," Harry said. Ron nodded and accepted this with the equanimity of a person who has decided that being around Harry Potter is occasionally bewildering and consistently worth it. He passed Harry the jam. Harry took the jam. Outside, the sky was entirely blue now, and somewhere in it, getting smaller, was a man who had been innocent for 12 years and was, for the first time in 12 years, free. Harry ate his toast and thought about the next year and the year after and the list with an end on it. He thought about time, how it moved, how it could be spent, how it couldn't be returned. He was 13 years old. He had, at the most conservative estimate, about a year before whatever was coming got close enough to matter. He intended to use every day of it. The Quidditch World Cup was the first time Harry had been in a crowd of 100,000 people, which was a logistical and tactical situation he found genuinely interesting in the way that complex things were interesting, not comfortable, but worth understanding. He sat in the top box with the Weasleys and Hermione and catalogued it. 100,000 people meant that any individual movement was invisible. It meant that the people who wanted to be found would be, and the people who wanted to not be found would not be. And the security architecture that the Ministry had assembled, a good 100 aurors, visible, confident, positioned around the perimeter, was designed for the crowd it expected and not for the crowd it would get if something went wrong. Ireland won. Crumb caught the snitch as an act of mercy or tactics or both, which Harry appreciated. Then the Death Eaters came. Harry watched them from the tree line where he'd moved the Weasley children the moment the first tent caught fire. 3 seconds of watching the movement of the figures in masks. The specific spreading pattern of controlled destruction rather than panic, and he'd made the call to move. And Fred and George had moved without asking why because they'd been in enough situations to know that Harry's calls were worth following. "What are they?" Ginny asked, watching. "People doing what people do when they believe they're untouchable," Harry said. "Death Eaters," George said. His voice was flat in a way Harry hadn't heard from him before. "Yes," Harry said. "Move further in. Stay together." They moved further in. The figures in masks directed their violence at Muggles, at the campsite families who had no defense against it and no framework for understanding what was happening. And Harry watched this with a specific quality of attention, not horrified exactly but very cold. The way coldness came when something confirmed what you'd already understood. They found the Weasley parents and Hermione at the edge of the forest. Molly Weasley grabbed each of her children in sequence with the systematic urgency of someone counting heads, and when she got to Harry, she grabbed him too, which surprised him enough that he stood still and let it happen. "Where was the mark?" Arthur Weasley said, looking at the sky. "The dark mark?" A skull, a serpent. Harry had not seen it go up, but the crowd had, because the crowd was moving differently now. "Who was it?" Ron said. "We don't know yet," Arthur said. "Someone set it off in the forest." He looked at Harry and then past him at the forest edge, doing his own quick calculation. "Everyone back to the camp, now." Harry went. He also wrote a letter the following morning before the camp had properly woken up. The mark went up at the World Cup. Someone was in the forest. The Death Eaters were there too, coordinated, masked, targeting Muggles. This isn't opportunistic. This is rehearsal. They wanted to be seen. I think the year ahead is the one that matters. I think Voldemort has a plan for it that's been in motion longer than we know. Tell Marcus to accelerate whatever he's doing with the historical records. I have a feeling we're running out of the kind of time that's comfortable to use. Wick wrote back in 2 days. Marcus has 3 locations of interest, none confirmed yet. We're working. The tournament announcement was in the Prophet this morning. I've seen it. Don't finish the tournament, Harry. If you're entered against your will, you're being used as a piece. Don't finish it. Harry read this and then read it again and then wrote back. I have to. Someone at the school needs me to. He thought about this for a long time before sending it. He thought about it on the train to Hogwarts, and on the walk up to the castle, and through the sorting and the start-of-term feast and the announcement, the Triwizard Tournament, the Goblet of Fire, the age restriction of 17. He was 14. He listened to the announcement, and to the rules, and to the prohibition on underage entry, and he looked at the Goblet of Fire, a large wooden cup, ancient, pulsing with a blue-white flame, and thought about what it meant to put your name in it, and what it meant if someone put your name in it for you. He thought about contracts. Wick had told him about contracts, the gold coins, the Continental, the world of rules underneath the world's surface. A contract, Wick had said, is only as good as the consequences for breaking it. Most people obey rules because the consequences scare them. The people who follow them even when they don't have to, those are the ones you trust. Which ones follow them when they don't have to? Harry had asked. The ones who have decided the rules mean something beyond the consequences, Wick had said. The ones who have made a personal commitment to operating in a certain way. Harry looked at the goblet and thought about what kind of contract it was, and who might have decided that the rules around it meant nothing. The goblet put out 4 names on Halloween: Victor Crumb, Fleur de Lacquer, Cedric Diggory. And then, as the blue flame flickered an unusual color and the great hall went very quiet, Harry James Potter. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and did not move for 3 seconds, which was the time he needed to absorb the information and make the initial decisions about what it meant. He had not entered his name. He was not 17. The binding contract clause applied regardless. He stood up and walked to the front. In the room off the Great Hall, with 3 champions who had expected to be the only 3 champions, he assessed them quickly. Crumb he'd watched at the World Cup. Disciplined, direct, powerful, not given to unnecessarily complex solutions. Fleur he'd read about in The Prophet, French national champion at 17, which meant she was genuinely exceptional and also, on the evidence, good at being underestimated. Cedric he knew from Quidditch, 6th year, Hufflepuff. The kind of person who wins because they're actually trying rather than because they're talented, though he was that too. He looked at each of them. Crumb looked back with mild interest and the wariness of a competitor. Fleur looked at him with the expression of someone recalibrating quickly. Cedric looked at him and then at the door and then back at him, and there was something in Cedric Diggory's face that Harry recognized and filed under. Decent. Dumbledore came in. Karkaroff, Maxime, Crouch, Bagman. The machinery of official response. "Did you put your name in the goblet?" Dumbledore asked. He asked it quietly, just to Harry, and Harry noted the quality of the asking, not an accusation, a question, as though the answer would surprise him. "No," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment and then said, "I know," very quietly, and then turned to address the room. The investigation of how it had happened went nowhere useful in the short term. Harry let it. He had his own investigation in mind, which he began the following morning. He started with what he knew. Someone had bypassed the age restriction using magic powerful enough to fool a centuries-old enchanted object. That was not student magic. That was adult magic, performed by someone who knew exactly what they were doing and had access to the tournament machinery long enough to make the modification. The list of people with that access was short. Staff, officials, someone who had been at Hogwarts long enough to understand the goblet's mechanism and confident enough to use it. He noted the new defense teacher, Moody, Alastair Moody, former Auror, legendary in the way of people who have been through significant things and survived them. He had one magical eye that moved independently and constantly, which made it very difficult to tell where he was looking, which was either a coincidence or a deliberate operational advantage. He noticed, in the first defense lesson, that Moody spent more time looking at Harry than at the rest of the class. He noticed that the looking was particular, not curious, not admiring, not hostile. The look of someone monitoring a piece they've placed. He noted this. He did not act on it. He wrote to Wick, the defense professor. "He looks like Moody and moves like Moody, but something is off. The rhythm of his decisions is wrong. The real Moody, from what I've read, is erratic with caution. He double-checks everything. He's paranoid. It's genuine paranoia from experience. This man is performing the paranoia. His erratic movements are too even. There's a pattern underneath them. I'm not sure yet who it is. I'm sure it's not who it claims to be." Wick wrote back, "Confirm identity before you move." "What's the tell?" Harry wrote back, "I'll find one." In the meantime, he watched the tournament the way he watched everything, from the outside, cataloging before going in. He talked to Cedric on a Tuesday in November, finding him at the library. "I need to tell you something," Harry said, without preamble. Cedric looked up from his work with the expression of someone who has been interrupted at a good moment and is deciding whether to be annoyed about it. He decided not to be. "All right," he said. "The egg," Harry said. He had worked out the egg in 3 days. "Open it underwater." "It needs to be underwater to hear it right." Cedric stared at him. "Why are you telling me this?" he said. "Because I'd rather win alongside someone good than ahead of everyone bad," Harry said. He said it the way he said things that were true, but that he didn't usually say out loud, directly, without the editorial around it. "You're good. I've watched you. You work harder than most people who are more talented than you, and you're already talented. That deserves to be in this tournament with accurate information." Cedric was quiet for a moment. "Underwater," he said. "Underwater," Harry confirmed. Cedric nodded slowly. There was something in his expression that was recalibration, a person updating their model of someone else. "Is there anything I can?" he started. "Not yet," Harry said. "Possibly later." He started to leave. "Potter," Cedric said. Harry turned. "Why did someone put you in?" Cedric said. "Do you know?" "I'm working on it," Harry said. Cedric looked at him. "Is it connected to what I think it's connected to?" "Probably," Harry said. "Be careful," Cedric said. "You too," Harry said. The first task was dragons. Harry found out about the dragons the day before, which gave him 12 hours to plan and 0 hours to panic, which was the correct ratio. He knew which dragon. A Hungarian horntail, the most aggressive of the 4, the one nobody would choose. He had been given the one nobody would choose, because the point of putting him in the tournament was not to give him a fair chance at winning. He spent the evening thinking about what the task required and what the most common solutions would look like. fight the dragon, get past the dragon, distract the dragon, and then he spent time thinking about what was underneath those solutions. Which was? The dragon is protecting the egg. The dragon cares about the egg. The dragon's aggressive posture is a protective response. If the egg wasn't threatening, the dragon wasn't triggered. He didn't fight the dragon. He called his broom with a summoning charm, which Hermione had looked at him when he proposed it with the expression she wore when something was simultaneously obvious and something she hadn't thought of. And then he went up above the arena, above the Horntail's ceiling of attention. And he did not try to get the egg from the nest. He got the dragon to leave the nest. He flew directly at her, very close, and pulled up at the last second and went vertical. And the Horntail's instinct, territorial, aggressive, ancient, told her to pursue the threat. And she did. And the nest was empty for 11 seconds, which was 8 seconds longer than Harry needed. He came back down, got the egg, and left. The crowd was silent for a moment and then extremely loud. The judges gave him points with the expression of people who are not entirely sure what they just saw. Bagman, in the commentary. And Potter gets the egg, he got the egg, I'm not sure how he... The dragon was assessed afterward as having sustained no injuries. Harry thought this was worth noting in his notebook under things that had gone as intended. The second task was the lake. He had worked out the egg, the gillyweed, and what would be taken from him. He had prepared, practically and systematically, and he went into the lake on the morning of the task and retrieved Ron and Fleur's little sister, who Fleur couldn't reach, and who Harry found on the way back and brought along because leaving her there was not something he was willing to do, and surfaced within the time limit with both of them and sat on the bank and watched the other champions arrive. Cedric had prepared well. Crumb had prepared well. Fleur had not reached her hostage, which she was processing with the controlled upset of a person who does not permit herself to fall apart in public. Harry sat next to her. "She's out," he said. "She's fine." Fleur looked at the little girl, Gabrielle, who was wrapped in a blanket and being fussed over by the officials. "I couldn't," she said, and stopped. "You would have," Harry said. "You just ran out of time." She looked at him with an expression that was assessing in the specific way of someone deciding whether they're being patronized. "You brought her up," she said. "She was on my way," Harry said. "She was not on your way," Fleur said flatly. Harry shrugged. "I had time." Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then, "Why do you do that? Pretend it was nothing." "Because making it something slows down the next thing," Harry said. She looked at him for a long moment, and then she said, "You're very strange, Potter," and wrapped her blanket tighter and went to find her sister. The tell on Moody came in March. Harry had been watching for months. He had identified 12 things that were slightly wrong, each one individually explainable, collectively impossible to dismiss, and he had written them to Wick, who had written back, "Polyjuice. If he's maintaining someone else's form indefinitely, he needs a regular supply, daily or near daily. There's an ingredient component, the hair, kept somewhere accessible, renewed regularly. Find the source." Harry found the source, not the hair, the flask. Moody's flask, which he carried everywhere and drank from constantly, which everyone had always attributed to paranoid old man habits. He found a flask in Moody's office, with permission to be there that he'd engineered through Dumbledore's suggestion to speak to Moody about wandless magic. A perfectly legitimate request that gave him 4 minutes in the office alone. The flask smelled of Polyjuice potion. Specific, chemical, unmistakable. Harry had been near Hermione's cauldron in second year often enough to know the smell. He wrote to Wick, "Polyjuice. The defense professor is not Moody. I don't know yet who's underneath." Wick wrote back, "Does it connect to the tournament?" Harry wrote back, "Yes. Almost certainly. The tournament is the mechanism. Someone wanted me in it, someone who knew it was coming and planned for it." He paused and then wrote, "I think it's the same someone who sent Wormtail back to Voldemort. I think this is about bringing him back." He sealed the letter and sat with his hands flat on his desk for a moment. He thought about the graveyard. He had not been to a graveyard, but he thought about it the way you thought about a place you know you're going to before you arrive. You make a picture of it, you assign it variables, you try to account for it before it becomes real. He couldn't account for all of it. He had tried. Preparation is not omnipotence. He had said this to Ginny in the chamber. He had believed it. He believed it now. He picked up a different piece of parchment and wrote to Cedric, "I need to tell you something about the maze. Something I've figured out that you should know." Cedric's reply came the next morning. "Tell me." Harry told him about Moody, about Polyjuice, about the fact that someone had been running a tournament-long operation with Harry as the objective and that the maze was the final stage of it. Cedric read this. Harry assumed with the expression of a person updating their understanding of their situation, because his response came back in 6 hours and was, "What do we do?" Harry wrote, "We go in. We help each other through it. When we reach the cup, we talk before we touch it. And if something goes wrong, you run." Cedric wrote back, "And you, I'll be fine," Harry wrote, which was not quite a lie and not quite the truth. The maze opened on a clear June evening with the stands full, and the champions lined up, and the specific feeling in the air of something large and irreversible about to begin. Harry walked into the maze. He moved systematically, which meant right-hand rule, map the path mentally, note the divergences, keep the orientation. He found Fleur first, or found the aftermath of Fleur, who had been hit by something and was unconscious, and who he levitated to the edge of the maze and sent a spark up for the officials. He found Crumb second, imperieused and moving wrongly, and dealt with it with 2 spells and left Crumb in a position where he'd wake up confused but unharmed. He found Cedric at the center. The cup was between them, glowing faintly on its plinth, and they stood for a moment and looked at it. "Porto?" Cedric said, "You think it's a portkey?" "Yes," Harry said. "Where does it go?" "Somewhere planned," Harry said. "Somewhere this whole year has been pointing toward." Cedric looked at him. "Are you going to take it?" Harry had thought about this. He had thought about it for weeks, in the specific way that difficult decisions needed to be thought about, not emotionally, not intellectually separate from emotion, but with the whole picture in view. Not taking it meant Voldemort's plan was delayed. Not destroyed, not ended, delayed. It meant whoever was underneath Moody's face would try again. And the next attempt might not have as much warning, and Wick and Marcus were still looking for Horcrux locations and needed time. Taking it meant walking into the planned endpoint. It meant the worst possible terrain, Voldemort's chosen ground, his chosen moment. He thought about the coin in his pocket. He thought about keeping your word even when the word was hard. "I'm going," he said. "You're not." "The hell I'm not," Cedric said without heat. "Cedric, I'm a champion." Cedric said, "Same as you, whatever's on the other side of that thing," he paused. "You've been warning me about it for months, Harry. You've been preparing me. What did you think I was going to do with the preparation?" Harry looked at him. Cedric looked back. "You can't tell me to run." Cedric said, "That's not how this works." "It would be safer," Harry said. "Safer is for people who aren't in the middle of this," Cedric said. "I'm already in the middle of this. You put me here the day you told me about the egg." Harry was quiet for a long moment. "You're right," he said. "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry," Cedric said. "Be ready." They grabbed the cup together. The graveyard was dark and cold and smelled of earth and something underneath earth, and Wormtail was already moving toward them before Harry's feet had found the ground. Harry had his wand up in the same second, not fast enough. The spell hit him from the side, not Wormtail, someone else, positioned and waiting, and his wand hand locked. They were waiting. Not in the graveyard, in the cemetery perimeter. Positioned first, which meant they'd arrived before the portkey activated, which meant the portkey had a timer, and they'd had exact timing on his arrival. He noted this, filed it even now, because noting things was the reflex, and pulled against the binding with the specific focused pressure Wick had taught him for physical restraints. Not struggling, pushing into a specific point, it wasn't enough. The binding was magical. Wormtail was talking. Then the cauldron. Then a darkness that Harry processed as Voldemort's resurrection ritual. This is the ritual Wick described theoretically. This is it happening. He looked at Cedric. Cedric was bound 6 feet away, watching the cauldron with controlled fear. The genuine kind, not the performed kind, The kind that a person allows themselves to feel because it's real and fighting it would waste resources needed for thinking. Harry looked at Wormtail. Wormtail was frightened. More frightened of what was in the cauldron than of Harry, which was a change in the threat hierarchy that Harry filed for later use. The figure that rose from the cauldron was small and pale and wrong in the specific way of things that have returned from somewhere they were never meant to return from. Then it wasn't small. It was growing, and the robes came, and the wand and the red eyes. Harry knew those eyes from the back of a skull, from a defense professor's office, from a mirror of Air-Eyes, looked at him with the focused satisfaction of something that has been waiting for a very specific moment. "Harry Potter," said Voldemort. Harry said nothing. "You've grown up," Voldemort said. He walked closer. Harry did not look away because looking away was information. "Quiet, controlled, not what I expected." "What did you expect?" Harry said. "Fear," Voldemort said. "Most people show fear." "I have it," Harry said. "It's not in charge." Something shifted in Voldemort's expression. Not respect, not that, but the specific recalibration of a predator who has misjudged its prey's response time. "I've heard about your upbringing," Voldemort said. "A rather unusual situation. I've been interested." "I know," Harry said. "You sent someone to look for me in Hogsmeade." A pause. "You noticed." "I notice things," Harry said. "It's how I was raised." Voldemort looked at him for a long moment. Then, almost conversationally, "I'm going to have to kill you, you understand? But I've decided to give you the opportunity to make it difficult." He freed Harry's wand hand. He called the Death Eaters, who arrived through the graveyard's perimeter, 15, 20 of them, and he proposed a duel, and it was a performance, Harry understood, for the audience. The returned lord demonstrating his power to his servants by humiliating the boy who lived. Harry had his wand. He was in a graveyard. There were 20 Death Eaters and 1 Voldemort. He was 14. He looked at Cedric. The spell came faster than he could track. Not at Harry. He heard it before he saw it. Avada Kedavra, green light. The sound of something that is the last sound a living thing hears. And Cedric Diggory, who had been a champion, who had been decent and prepared and brave, and who had refused to run, Cedric Diggory was on the ground. Harry did not fall apart. He did not, and this was a thing he would think about later, alone, as the worst part of the whole evening. He did not fall apart. He put it away. He put it in the place where he put things that were too large for right now, and he fought, and the Priori Incantatem happened, and the shades of Voldemort's victims, including his parents, including a woman whose face he knew from photographs and whose voice he had heard in the worst moments, spoke to him and told him to hold on, and he held on, and when they released him, he grabbed Cedric's body and grabbed the cup and came home. He was on the grass in front of the castle, and Cedric was next to him, and the crowd was starting to understand what it was looking at. He held the body. He did not let go of it until Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, who had appeared at the edge of his vision and who made a sound that Harry had no word for, reached them. And then Harry let go and sat back on the grass and looked at his hands. They were not steady. He noted this. He filed it. The shaking lasted 11 seconds. Then Moody, or the thing wearing Moody, pulled him away from the crowd, and Harry went, because he needed to be away from the crowd, and he did not realize until the office that the not Moody was the threat. And by then Dumbledore was at the door, and it ended the way it ended. Bartemius Crouch Jr., under Veritaserum, told them everything. The full plan, the full year, the full architecture of what had been done. Harry sat in the chair by Dumbledore's desk and listened and filed all of it. He said nothing until Crouch was removed, and then he said to Dumbledore, "He's back." "Yes," Dumbledore said, "and nobody's going to believe it." "Not immediately," Dumbledore said. "No," Harry looked at the window. "I need to write to John," he said. "Of course," Dumbledore said. He produced parchment without being asked, and ink, and stepped to the far corner of the room to give Harry the privacy of distance. Harry wrote, "He's back, fully back. I was there." He stopped. He looked at the parchment for a long moment. "Cedric Diggory is dead. He was good. He came with me when I told him not to, and he was right to come, and he's dead, and I did everything I knew how to do, and it wasn't enough. I know what you're going to say. I know. Tell me anyway." He sealed it, and handed it to Fawkes, who was sitting on his perch and looking at Harry with the large and steady eyes of a creature that has seen very many things and is not surprised by any of them. Wick's letter came 2 days later, carried by Archimedes at 7 in the morning while Harry was sitting in the hospital wing watching the sunrise because he had not been sleeping well, which was predictable, and which he decided to let be what it was rather than fight it. The letter was shorter than Harry expected. It said, "Preparation is not omnipotence. I told you this. You know this. The test of that principle is not the knowing of it. It is believing it after the first time it fails you. Cedric Diggory made his own decision. He was informed. He was prepared. He chose. You did not choose for him. You gave him what he needed to choose for himself, and he chose, and his choice was honorable. You are not responsible for what was done to him. You are responsible for what you do next. Here is what you do next. You sit with it, not forever. Not past the point where it becomes something you use to punish yourself. Long enough to understand it, then you stand up. This is the principle. Everything else is method, Jay. Harry read it 3 times. He sat with it until the light had moved from the window and the corridor outside had gotten loud with the ordinary sounds of morning, and then he folded the letter and put it with the coin and sat for a while longer. Then he stood up. He washed his face. He went to breakfast. He ate properly because basic maintenance was the same discipline as everything else. Ron, across the table, looked at him with the careful attention of a very good friend taking a reading. "All right," he said. "No," Harry said honestly. "Getting there." Ron nodded and pushed the toast toward him. "When you're ready," Ron said, "the rest of it is still there. Whatever the plan is, whatever comes next." "I know," Harry said. "I'm saying I'm still in it," Ron said with mild exasperation. "That's what I'm saying." "I know," Harry said, and meant it differently this time. He ate his toast. He thought about the list with an end on it, and the name at the top of the list, and the fact that the name was back and real now, and that the year ahead was going to require everything he had. He thought about Cedric, who had been good and who had refused to run and who had been right to refuse. He thought, "I will not forget you, and I will not let you be the last one." He drank his coffee. He turned a page in his notebook to a fresh sheet. He began to write. The summer after the graveyard was the quietest summer Harry had ever spent at Rhinebeck, which was to say it was very quiet, because Harry was the kind of person who produced quiet rather than consumed it. Wick did not press him. This was, Harry understood, a deliberate and considered thing. Wick had a particular sensitivity to the difference between silence that was processing and silence that was avoidance, and he did not interrupt the first kind, and he did not allow the second kind to go on past its useful point. Harry ran every morning. 6 miles, then 7, then 8. Daisy came for the first 2 miles and then sat at the edge of the property line and watched him disappear and was there when he came back. Her assessment of his condition delivered through careful sniffing. He read. He wrote letters to Ron and Hermione that were honest in a selective way, honest about what he was thinking, quieter about the things he was still working through. Hermione wrote back with the systematic comfort of someone who helps by being useful, which was its own kind of kindness, research on Horcrux destruction methods, historical records on Riddle's movements, a 6-page analysis of Azkaban's architectural weaknesses that she'd written entirely on her own initiative, and which Harry read twice and annotated. Ron wrote, "Mum keeps making food. Dad keeps being careful around me like I might break, which is annoying. Ginny's fine. She's better than fine, actually. She's been hexing garden gnomes with a focus that I think is therapeutic. Fred and George are planning something enormous for next year. I don't know what, but it's going to be loud. Charlie says hello, and also dragons are fine. It's the dragon handlers who are the problem. How are you?" Harry wrote back, "Better every week. Tell your mum the food helps. Tell your dad the careful is fine. It's the right instinct. Tell Ginny she's right. It is therapeutic. I'll see you on the 1st. He also spent 2 hours a day in the back field, alone with his wand. He worked through every spell he knew. And 6, he was learning, slowly and without hurry, with the methodical attention of someone who understands that skill is not built in dramatic sessions. It's built in the ordinary ones, the ones that nobody watches. The ones where the work is just work, and nothing about it is interesting except the doing of it. The ministry will try to discredit him, Harry said, one evening in July. They were on the porch after dinner, and it was the first time Harry had raised it directly rather than approaching it obliquely. Wick looked at him from his chair. "They'll say Cedric died in a tournament accident," Harry said. "They'll say I was confused or traumatized or lying. They'll say Voldemort isn't back, because admitting he's back requires them to do something about it, and doing something about it means admitting they weren't prepared for it." "Yes," Wick said. "So we have a year where the ministry is actively unhelpful," Harry said. "Possibly hostile. And Voldemort is rebuilding quietly because he needs to, because he's not strong enough for open war yet, and the people who should be responding to this are either refusing to or don't know." "Yes," Wick said. "So the year is for building," Harry said. "Not countering, not yet, building. The right people, the right positions, the right information." He paused. "And we need to accelerate the list, the Horcruxes. If I can reduce his ability to survive before he's ready for war, the war changes." "Marcus has 2 confirmed locations," Wick said. "A cave coastal, a vault at Gringotts. We're working on access." "The cave is the locket," Harry said. He had developed this theory over 3 months of Hermione's research and 2 weeks of his own, and he had written it to Wick in June with a level of confidence he rarely committed to. "Slytherin's locket. Mundungus Fletcher's stolen goods records from the Order of the Phoenix. I need access to those." Wick looked at him. "The Order? Dumbledore's organization," Harry said. "He's been running it since before the First War. I've known about it since second year." He met Wick's look. "I didn't bring it up because I was waiting until I needed to." "And now you need to," Wick said. "I need information it has," Harry said. "I also need to be in a position where I'm coordinating with Dumbledore rather than around him." Wick was quiet for a moment. "He has a plan for you," Wick said. "I know," Harry said. "I need to know what it is before it becomes the plan instead of mine." He paused. "I'm not working against him. I think his plan is basically correct. I just need to be a participant in it rather than a piece of it." "And if he won't tell you, he will," Harry said. "He told me he would at the end of 3rd year. I'm going to hold him to that." Wick looked at him for a long time. "When did you get this old?" he said. "You kept telling me to," Harry said. The corner of Wick's mouth moved very slightly, which was the maximum expression of something he found genuinely funny. "Marcus will have the 2nd location narrowed down before Christmas," Wick said. "I'll have him send the methodology directly to you. You should see his records." "Thank you," Harry said. "The Order," Wick said. "Be careful how you enter it. Organizations like that have cultures. Walk in as a participant and they'll treat you as one. Walk in as the symbol they expect and you'll be stuck there." Harry thought about this. "Enter with a question," Wick said, "not an answer. People who come with answers are threats. People who come with questions are allies." Harry filed this. He drank his tea. Daisy had gotten onto the porch chair beside him and was leaning against him with the solid, comfortable weight of a creature who considers this entirely normal. "John," Harry said. Wick said. "Cedric," Harry said. It was the first time he'd said it directly without surrounding context, just the name. Wick said nothing. He waited. "I know what you said in the letter," Harry said, "about his choice, about the responsibility." He looked at the field. "I know it's right, I agree with it." "But," Wick said, "but it's different," Harry said. "Knowing something is right and being settled with it. The knowing comes first. The settled part takes longer." "Yes," Wick said. "Is it always like that?" Harry said. Wick looked at the field for a long moment. He had his coffee in both hands, and the evening was doing something warm with the light, and Daisy adjusted herself against Harry's side and made a small sound of total contentment. "Yes," Wick said. "Always. And it gets settled eventually." "Settled," Wick said slowly, "is one word for it. You carry it differently after a while. You don't put it down." Harry thought about this. He thought about it the way he thought about things that were going to be true for a long time, not trying to resolve it, just holding it up to see what it looked like in the light. "Okay," he said. They sat on the porch until it got dark, which was the most useful thing Harry had done all summer, and one of the few he hadn't planned. Number 12. Grimmauld Place smelled like old anger and mothballs, which were not compatible smells and somehow combined into something that was its own particular atmosphere, and which Harry registered on arrival and filed under. Someone unhappy lived here for a very long time. Sirius was there. He met Harry in the hallway with the expression of a man who is extremely glad to see someone and is trying not to make a production of it and not entirely succeeding. "You're taller," he said. "Marginally," Harry said. "Come in. Molly's cooked enough food to survive a siege, which is probably the plan." He lowered his voice. "Don't tell her I said that." Harry followed him into the kitchen, where the Order of the Phoenix was assembled in various stages of meal and conversation. He noted them. Lupin, older-looking than last year, cautious with his expression. Moody, the real one this time, Harry had verified before accepting the introduction, because being wrong about that once was a sufficient lesson, who looked at Harry with the specific gaze of a professional recognizing a professional, which Harry received with the same expression. Arthur Weasley. Tonks, who had pink hair and an aura of someone who was very competent and trying not to look like they were trying. Several others he catalogued as unknown, withhold judgment. He sat down. Molly Weasley put a plate in front of him immediately and then put her hands on his face and said, "You're too thin." And Harry accepted both these things with equanimity. He waited. The Order talked around him for a while. He was clearly the subject of some debate about what to tell him and what to withhold. And then Harry said, into a small gap in the conversation, "What are the 3 most significant things Voldemort has done in the last 8 weeks?" The conversation stopped. Moody made a sound that was almost a laugh. "He's recruited," said the woman called Tonks into the silence, deciding apparently that the question deserved an answer. 3 known Death Eaters from the First War have disappeared from their last known locations. The Ministry is calling it coincidence. "It's not," Harry said. "What else?" "There have been 2 Muggle disappearances in the Midlands," Lupin said, carefully watching Harry. "Unexplained. No evidence of magical activity, which suggests someone who was very careful." "Pettigrew," Harry said. "Or someone working at that level. What's the 3rd? "A Dementor was found dead in Azkaban in June," Moody said. "One of the outer perimeter guards, no evidence of cause. The Ministry classified it." "He's testing whether he can control them," Harry said. "The Dementors. He needs them to switch allegiances before he has enough strength for open conflict. He's negotiating." He looked around the table. "Is there a counterplan for if the Dementors leave Ministry control?" Silence. "We've been discussing it," Lupin said carefully. "Discussing or planning." Another silence of a slightly different quality. "Right," Harry said. "Patronus charm capacity in this room." Moody looked at him with something that was now definitely respect, which was not an expression Moody appeared to deploy often. 5 confirmed, Moody said. 3 who can produce them under pressure. 2 who have never needed to. 2 isn't enough if Azkaban breaks, Harry said. "Lupin, would you teach? Not to the Order specifically, to people who aren't on Voldemort's radar yet, students." Lupin looked at him. "You taught me last year," Harry said. "I taught others in practice. There are people at Hogwarts who can do this with a term's proper instruction." "The Ministry has banned practical defense instruction," Lupin said. "Yes," Harry said. "The Ministry is also insisting Voldemort isn't back. I'm not inclined to let their position on either of these things determine mine." Moody made the sound again. Dumbledore, who had said nothing since Harry arrived, and who had been watching from his chair at the end of the table with the expression of a man watching a thing he has been expecting and has opinions about, said, "What you're describing, Harry, is an underground defense group." "Yes," Harry said. "Students trained with confirmed Patronus capability and combat awareness, not an army, a capability. If the Dementors leave Azkaban, you need people who can function." "The Ministry would consider this." "I know what the Ministry would consider it," Harry said. "I'd like to know what you consider it." Dumbledore looked at him. "Necessary," he said. "With appropriate caution." "Good," Harry said. "I'll need Hogwarts access for the location, somewhere that isn't on the regular maps. Hermione will know where." "Sirius," across the table, had the expression of someone watching something they don't quite believe and finding it the best thing that has happened to them in a long time. The ministry sent Dolores Umbridge. She arrived with the specific energy of someone who has been given power they've wanted for a long time and is intending to use all of it, and she moved through Hogwarts like a reclassification. Things that had been one thing becoming something else under her categorization. Her pink cardigan and her smile that was not a smile, and her educational decrees that appeared on the notice board with the regularity and effect of small explosions. Harry watched her for a week before doing anything. She was, he concluded, genuinely dangerous in the way that people are dangerous when they have institutional power and the certainty that they're right. She was not a combatant. She would not duel him. She was a bureaucratic threat, which meant the correct response was bureaucratic. He wrote to Wick, Umbridge, Ministry-appointed High Inquisitor. She's not the enemy, she's the Ministry's instrument. Her weakness is that she believes in process. She documents everything. She uses authority. All of those things can be redirected. Wick wrote back, document everything she does. 3 external routes simultaneously. She'll overextend. People like that always do. Harry documented everything. He routed it 3 ways. The Daily Prophet, through Rita Skeeter, who owed Hermione a favor that Hermione had extracted with elegant precision at the end of 4th year, and who was willing to print things that complicated the ministry when the evidence was watertight. The Hogwarts Board of Governors, through an anonymous submission of incidents that required formal review, and a member of the Wisengamot who Wick had contacted through Marcus, who had a history with Umbridge's superior, and a reason to want the situation examined. He did none of this quickly. He did it correctly. Umbridge escalated in the meantime. She was, functionally, testing, looking for a response, a provocation, something to use. Harry gave her the appearance of compliance while doing nothing of the kind, and watched her escalate against the walls of his neutrality with the patience of someone who knows that escalation without resistance creates its own problem for the escalator. The DA met in the room of requirement. He had found the room in October, or the room had found him, which was how Hermione had described it, and which was accurate in the specific sense that the castle seemed to generate resources for people who were looking for them with sufficient clarity of purpose. He ran the DA the way Wick would have run it, if Wick had been running a student defense group in a magical school, which was to say, with assessment first, instruction second, and the expectation that everyone present was capable of more than they thought. He began with the question he'd asked Wick at 11 in the back field after the fire. What are we actually learning? We're learning, he told them the first session, to function under pressure. Not to win fights, not to be heroes. To function, to keep thinking when everything in you is telling you to stop thinking and react. Is that possible? Neville asked. Neville, who had been the most surprised to be invited and the least surprised by anything Harry had said since, which Harry found consistently interesting. It's the only thing that's possible, Harry said. You can't guarantee winning. You can guarantee that you're still thinking when it matters. Neville absorbed this. How? He said. The same way you get good at anything, Harry said. You practice the thing you want to be your default. Right now, everyone's default under pressure is panic. We're going to practice replacing that with function. It takes a while. We start now. They started. He was not gentle exactly, but he was fair. He noted who could produce a Patronus after one session. Luna, who apparently thought in the right register for it naturally. And Neville, who surprised everyone including himself and who needed more time. He noted whose reflexes were already defensive, who attacked first and thought later, who froze. He built the instruction around what was actually there rather than what ought to be there. Hermione taught the theory. Harry taught the application. Luna, who had a perspective on things that was orthogonal to everyone else's but consistently useful, contributed observations about each session that Harry recorded and factored in. "How do you know?" Hermione asked him one evening after practice, cleaning up the room. "How to read them that well?" You knew Neville needed to be challenged directly, not encouraged. You knew Lavender needed encouragement, not challenge. How do you tell? I watch how people respond when they succeed, Harry said. Neville apologizes for it. That means he's been told his success is surprising, so he's internalized the surprise. He needs to be shown that it's not surprising, that it's expected. Lavender performs confidence and panics underneath it. If you challenge that, the panic surfaces and she shuts down. If you encourage, the performance has something genuine to build on. Hermione looked at him. You've been doing this since first year, she said. Since before that, Harry said. It's just useful. John Wick taught you that. He taught me to watch, Harry said. The applying it is just practice. Hermione was quiet for a moment. He sounds extraordinary, she said. He's very quiet, Harry said, and he makes very good coffee. The third visit to Grimmauld Place in December was different from the first two because Sirius was different. He was better, Harry thought, in some ways, less hollow, the sharpest edges of the post-Azkaban wildness smoothed by months of purpose. But the house was doing something to him. Being trapped in his childhood home, which had not been kind to him the first time, was a particular kind of erosion. Harry sat with him after dinner, after the others had gone to bed, in the kitchen with 2 cups of tea. Tell me about my parents, Harry said. He had asked this before, but not like this. Not directly, not in the way of someone who wanted the specific information and had decided that now was the right time to have it. Sirius told him. He told him about James, reckless and brilliant, and prone to the specific arrogance of someone who'd always found things easy, and how he'd grown out of it, and what had replaced it, which was something better. He told him about Lily, warm and principled, and with a particular kind of courage that was different from James's because it didn't come naturally to her, and she chose it every time anyway. He told him about the friendships, the marauders, the specific texture of being young and certain and not yet understanding that certainty was borrowed against the future. Harry listened. He did not interrupt. He did not manage his expression. Your father, Sirius said, would have been unable to resist you. You'd have driven him mad. You're so much like Lily in the ways that matter. You'd have been right in arguments he wanted to win, and he'd have been furious and proud simultaneously. He paused. He was a good man. He was a better man than he started. And Lily, Harry said. Your mother, Sirius said, loved you in a way that was practical. Not cold, not at all cold, but not performed. She would have taught you the same way Wick taught you, I think. She wouldn't have wrapped things in cotton wool. She'd have trusted you with the truth of things. Harry held his tea. Do you think they'd have? He started and stopped. Approved of Wick, Sirius said, with the gentleness of someone who has heard the unfinished question. Yes, Harry said. Sirius thought about it. Your father would have needed a week. He had a particular reaction to people who were very competent in areas he wasn't, but he'd have gotten there. Your mother, he paused. Your mother would have approved immediately. She had a gift for seeing what mattered in people rather than what was legible. Harry nodded. I think she'd have been glad, Sirius said quietly, that you were with someone who taught you to think and not just to survive. Those are different things. Yes, Harry said. Wick knows that, Sirius said. That's why you're who you are, not just prepared, actually who you are. He looked at his tea. I was worried when I first found out that you'd be hardened, cold, trained down to just a weapon. And, Harry said, you're not, Sirius said. You've been shaped, but you're still there, the you. He smiled, and it was the smile of someone who doesn't do it very much and is doing it now because they mean it. You're more there than most people twice your age. Harry looked at the table. Don't disappear into the mission, Sirius said. Whatever the year brings, whatever comes after. Don't disappear into it. Wick never did, Harry said. How do you know? Sirius said. Harry thought about a kitchen and engine oil and a dog bowl that stayed on the floor for 4 months because moving it was too much. He thought about a man stopping a car on a motorway because he found he couldn't drive past. Because he still stops for things, Harry said. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Then he stood up and rinsed his mug and said good night, and Harry sat in the kitchen a while longer and thought about stopping for things, and about the difference between a mission and a life, and about the fact that both of them needed attending to. and about how the best way to keep the self intact was probably the same as everything else Wick had ever taught him: deliberate, practiced, and done even when nothing about it felt urgent. The Department of Mysteries was not supposed to happen. Harry had been building toward a counterplan for the DA's discovery for 6 weeks, with the careful architecture of someone who is managing multiple systems simultaneously and is tracking the failure points in each. The snake, Nagini, which was a word Dumbledore had let slip in an unguarded moment that Harry had caught and filed, had been confirmed as a Horcrux candidate in December through a method that involved the particular cold wrongness he'd felt from the diary, and that he'd been able to identify since as a consistent sensation. The vision of the Ministry came in mid-December. Harry woke from it and sat in the dark dormitory for 11 minutes, processing it. The snake attacking Arthur Weasley, the Department of Mysteries, a corridor, a door. He processed it as information. He had been having visions connected to Voldemort's emotional state since the graveyard. The scar, the connection, the thing that Dumbledore had been careful to not discuss, and he had been tracking them carefully, noting the context. This one was different. This one was him in Voldemort's perspective, which was a distinction he filed as significant. He woke Ron. "Your father," he said. "He's been hurt. He's at the Ministry." Ron came awake immediately, the particular reflex of someone with 6 siblings and 2 occupied parents, always alert to the sound of emergency. They got to Dumbledore through McGonagall. Arthur Weasley was safe, treated, recovering. The vision had been real, apparently. Accurate. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression he had not seen before from him, not quite. It was complicated and guilty and deeply careful, and Harry filed it under. "He knows more about this than he's said. He's known for longer than I've known, and he's deciding something." He did not push. He waited. He also began planning. Because the vision had been from inside Voldemort's head, which meant Voldemort had put it there. Or the connection had amplified something Voldemort had genuinely felt. And both possibilities meant Voldemort had learned Harry could see through the connection, and was either going to use that or had already decided to. The Department of Mysteries' vision came in June. He was ready for it to be false. He had built the counterplan for it. If a vision came through the connection, verify before moving. He'd made this plan in January. He had told Hermione in February. He had written the protocol in his notebook in March. He went to Snape for the occlumency instruction that had been arranged, reluctantly, on both ends, but arranged. And the instruction was genuinely difficult in a way that Harry found clarifying rather than discouraging. Because things that were difficult in ways you could define were things you could work on. He worked on it. The June vision came anyway. It came with the specific quality of something that knew where his gaps were and went for them. Not serious in generic danger, but serious being tortured specifically in the Department of Mysteries, specifically in the one location Harry had left unguarded, the emotion rather than the information. The person rather than the plan. He checked. He tried to check. He sent a Patronus to Grimmauld Place first, and it came back with nothing, no response, no counter-signal, nothing. He checked Umbridge's fireplace, which was the only functioning external communication point in the school, and it cost him 20 minutes he didn't have. He had already positioned the DA. He told them this, and he told them what he knew about the department, and he told them that they had 3 jobs, exit positions, serious protection each other. He told them what he was telling them was all the information he had, and that the information might be wrong. If it's wrong. Neville said, "We abort and get out," Harry said. "Extraction is always the priority if the intelligence is bad." "And if it's right," Neville said. Harry looked at him. "If it's right, we do what we trained for." They went. The Department of Mysteries was exactly as Harry had imagined it, and nothing like what he'd imagined it, which was the consistent property of places you've thought about at length before seeing. He moved them through the Veil Room and the Time Room and the Hall of Prophecy with the systematic efficiency of someone who has done this in their head many times and is now executing. The Death Eaters appeared at the moment he reached the prophecy. He processed this in 2 seconds. Ambush, they were here first. The vision was the bait. Sirius is not here. This was always the trap. He looked at the DA behind him, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, Ginny, and thought about what Wick had said about variable accounting and about the things you'd left space for in the plan. "We're in the wrong position," he said quietly to Hermione. "They were here before us." The intelligence was directed. "What do we do?" she said, equally quiet. "We don't fight our way through 20 Death Eaters," he said. "We move them." He did not fight his way through 20 Death Eaters. He talked. He played for position. He split the DA to create multiple threat points that the Death Eaters had to track. Not fighting, moving. And he kept the prophecy as the one thing they believed he valued most highly, which meant as long as he had it, they had a reason not to destroy them outright. The order arrived because Harry had sent the Patronus to Grimmauld Place, and it hadn't come back, which meant Sirius had seen it and understood it and got everyone out. Sirius arrived with them, which Harry had not planned for and could not have prevented. The fight in the Death Chamber was the most controlled chaos Harry had ever been inside, which was like saying, the most organized flood. He kept moving. He kept the DA together and moving. He counted threats and exits and priorities, and he did everything he knew how to do. He was across the room when Bellatrix hit Sirius. He saw the spell. He saw the particular way Sirius's expression registered surprise before anything else. Surprise, not pain. And then Sirius went through the veil, and the only sound was the sound of it closing behind him and Bellatrix's laugh, which was the sound of someone who has just done the most important thing they know how to do and is delighted by it. Harry ran. He went after Bellatrix with everything he had, and it wasn't enough, because grief was not a power and fury was not a skill. And Voldemort arrived, and Dumbledore arrived. And then it was over in the way things were over when the stakes became too public to continue. He stood in the Ministry atrium afterward, in the rubble of the duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort that had been witnessed by enough Ministry officials that the denial problem solved itself. And he looked at the place where Bellatrix had gone and at the veil beyond the door. He stood there until Dumbledore touched his shoulder and he flinched and then did not flinch. And then Dumbledore took him to Hogwarts. In Dumbledore's office, Dumbledore told him everything, the prophecy, the marking, the connection, the fact that one must kill the other, neither can live while the other survives, and the shape of what was coming and what it had always been going to be. Harry listened. He held the listening together with his hands in his lap, and his face neutral, and the specific internal architecture that Wick had built in him over 11 years, that let him take a very large thing into a small space without the small space breaking. "You should have told me," he said when Dumbledore finished. "Yes," Dumbledore said, "I should have." The same words from King's Cross at the end of 3rd year when Harry had said, "I'll hold you to that." He had held him to it, and Dumbledore had eventually, too late in this way, delivered. The connection between us? Harry said, "Voldemort can use it. He's already used it once." "Yes," Dumbledore said, "I kept the distance between us this year intentionally to prevent him from accessing my thoughts through you." He paused. "I should have explained this." "Yes," Harry said. "What else?" Dumbledore told him about the Horcruxes. He said the word for the first time aloud, which was a word Harry had had in his vocabulary for 2 years and had been waiting for Dumbledore to arrive at. And Harry absorbed this with the expression of someone receiving confirmation of a theory they'd held for a long time. "How many?" Harry said. 6 intended, Dumbledore said. "Possibly 7 including himself. We've been working to identify them." He looked at Harry. "How long have you known?" "Since 2nd year," Harry said. "The diary I wrote to John, he confirmed the theory." A very long pause. "Wick has been working on this?" Dumbledore said slowly. "From the Muggle side?" "Yes," Harry said. "He has 2 locations confirmed. I have 3 additional candidates from my own research." He reached into his bag and produced a folder, Muggle brown, the kind you could buy at a stationer's, and put it on Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore looked at the folder. He looked at Harry. "You've been building a parallel operation," he said. "I've been building the same operation," Harry said. "From a different end, I assumed at some point we'd compare notes." Dumbledore looked at the folder for a long time. Then he picked it up and opened it and read. Harry watched him read. He watched the expression change, the small controlled surprise, the recalibration, the moment where Dumbledore found the entry on the locket, and his eyes moved very slightly. "The cave," Dumbledore said. "Marcus confirmed the location in March," Harry said. "We haven't moved on it because I didn't want to do it without understanding the full picture first. Now I have the full picture." "You don't have all of it," Dumbledore said. "I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm here." Dumbledore set the folder down on his desk. He looked at Harry with the expression Harry had been trying to categorize for 5 years, the one that had the wisdom and the care and the calculation, and something in it shifted. Not all at once, but something. "Next year," Dumbledore said. "I'd like to begin working with you directly. The pensive, the memories, the full picture." "Starting with what you haven't told me yet," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Starting with that." "Good," Harry said. He stood up. He picked up his bag. "Harry," Dumbledore said. He stopped. Sirius was. Dumbledore started and then, unusually, did not find the end of the sentence. "I know," Harry said. "Thank you for saying so." He walked out. He went to the owlery and wrote to Wick. He sat with the parchment for a long time before he wrote anything. Then he wrote, "Sirius is gone. The veil, I know what it is. I know he's not recoverable. I know the list, and I know the shape of it now. Dumbledore told me. Most of it we already knew. I'm going to tell you something I haven't said before. I'm angry. Not in the way that makes me act badly, not that kind. The controlled kind. The kind that knows exactly what it's aimed at. Bellatrix Lestrange killed Sirius. She killed him because he came to help me, and because she wanted to, and because she could. I'm not going to do anything about it yet. I know the order of priorities. I know the list, but I want you to know I'm angry. Because you told me to tell you things, and because I trust you, and because saying it out loud makes it less likely that I'll make decisions about it in the wrong order." H. Wick's reply came the next morning. "I know, be angry. That's correct. The anger is accurate to the situation. Stay angry in the right direction. The right direction is the list. The right direction is the architecture. The right direction is making sure that when it ends correctly. Tell me when you're ready for next year, Jay." Harry read this and folded it and put it with the other letters in the inside pocket of his bag next to the coin. He went to breakfast. He ate properly. He sat with Ron and Hermione, Ron, who had been brilliant in the Department of Mysteries, and had a healed, splinched arm and a bruise on his temple, and the expression of someone who had done a thing they didn't know they could do, and was quietly sitting with the knowledge of it. Hermione, who had a long cut across her chest that was healed but not forgotten, whose expression was the one she wore when she was processing something important and had not finished yet. Neville sat across from them and ate with the particular steadiness of someone who has been afraid for most of their life, and has recently discovered that they function well under the thing they've been afraid of, which changes the equation. Luna sat at the end of the table and read a magazine and occasionally offered observations that were accurate in ways nobody could immediately verify. Ginny sat next to Ron and said, about nothing in particular, "I hexed 4 Death Eaters last night. I want that on record." On the record. Harry confirmed. She nodded and ate her toast. Harry looked at the table. At these people who had trained in a room the castle had built for them and had gone into the Department of Mysteries knowing the intelligence might be wrong and had gone anyway. He thought about the coin in his pocket. You're someone who keeps their word. Even when the word is hard. He thought about the list and about the year ahead and about the full picture that he now had and that he intended to use. He looked at his hands, steady. The list, at the start of the year they left Hogwarts, read as follows. 1. Tom Riddle's diary destroyed Basilisk Fang Chamber of Secrets. Year 2. Marvolo Gaunt's ring destroyed Gryffindor's sword Dumbledore, summer before year 6. Dumbledore's hand filed. 3. Slytherin's locket location confirmed, Coastal Cave, Marcus. Retrieve 4. Hufflepuff's cup, Gringotts vault, Lestrange. Access required. 5. Ravenclaw's diadem, location unknown, Hogwarts probably, something lost. 6. Nagini, Voldemort's snake, present wherever he is. Last. 7. Voldemort himself, last of all. Harry had written it in the notebook the morning after Dumbledore's funeral, sitting at the kitchen table in Grimmauld Place with tea, and the particular clarity that came after grief had settled into the specific shape of a thing you were going to carry rather than a thing you were going to drown in. He had looked at the list for a long time. Then he had added at the bottom, in smaller writing, the order matters. Work the list in order. Don't skip ahead. The architecture holds until the last piece is removed, then it collapses. He had sent a copy to Wick. Wick had sent back a single line. Marcus has the cave coordinates confirmed. He'll have the vault access approach by October. We'll work the list. There was something in that will that Harry kept coming back to in the weeks that followed, when the tent was cold and the Horcrux search felt like trying to untangle something in the dark. The will that was Wick and Marcus working the Muggle side of an entirely magical problem, running down Muggle archival records and property histories and financial documents for a dark wizard who'd been born Tom Marvolo Riddle in a Wool's orphanage in 1926 and left a paper trail that the wizarding world had simply never thought to follow. Wick didn't care about the magic. He cared about the logistics, and Voldemort's logistics, stripped of their mystical framing, were the logistics of a man who had hidden things he valued in places he controlled. And every man who had ever hidden something valuable had chosen those hiding places for reasons that left records, if you knew where to look. The tent, as a living arrangement, had significant limitations. Harry had accepted these limitations at the outset and continued to accept them throughout, because acceptance of conditions you cannot immediately change was more useful than resentment of them, and also because Hermione had done an extraordinary job on the interior charms, and it was much larger on the inside than outside, which helped. What helped less was that there were 3 of them, all highly stressed, all carrying significant amounts of grief, all sleeping in a space that was roughly the size of a large caravan, and that one of them was wearing a Horcrux around his neck that amplified every negative feeling it came into proximity with. "It's doing it again," Ron said one morning about the locket. "I know," Harry said. "I feel like everything is terrible and nothing will ever be fine." "It's the locket," Harry said. "I know it's the locket," Ron said. "Knowing it's the locket doesn't make everything feel less terrible." "Take it off," Harry said. "Hermione's wearing it." Harry looked at Hermione, who was wearing it and who had the expression of someone enduring something on principle. "Hermione?" he said. "I'm fine," she said, in the tone of someone who was absolutely not fine but had decided it wasn't the locket's turn to win today. Harry thought about telling her that being fine was not the goal, being effective was the goal. But he had learned over 6 years when to apply this principle, and when to let people work things out in their own order. He made tea instead and left a cup at her elbow without comment, which Wick had once told him was the most reliable form of useful intervention. She took the locket off 20 minutes later and gave it to Harry. He hung it around his neck and noted the cold immediately, not subtle, not ambient, just cold and certain and old. He practiced separating it from his own mood in the same way he'd practiced separating the Dementor's cold from his decision-making, which was, notice it, name it, continue. The locket was not his feelings. The locket was weather. He wore it until evening. The locket went on a night in December. Ron had come back. Harry had expected him back, because Ron Weasley was not the kind of person who stayed away. He was the kind of person who left when the load was too much and came back when he'd had time to be ashamed of leaving, which he always was. Harry did not address the leaving. He addressed the return, which was, "Here, you're needed, we're glad." Ron destroyed the locket with the sword of Gryffindor, which had arrived through a forest pool in a process Harry had his own thoughts about, but had decided to receive as information rather than examine too closely at the time. Ron destroyed it with the expression of someone doing something very difficult that they are going to do correctly, because they need to. And the locket screamed the way the diary had screamed and dissolved in the same manner. And the relief in the tent afterward was the specific relief of the absence of something you'd been carrying. "2," Harry said, sitting back on his heels in the snow. "2," Ron confirmed, breathing hard. "Well done," Harry said. "Don't patronize me," Ron said. "I mean it," Harry said. Ron looked at him. "I know you mean it," he said. "That's why it sounds like patronizing." Harry accepted this as fair. Malfoy Manor was on a Saturday in March, and nothing about it went according to plan, which was the difference between a plan and a situation. They were captured. This was, in Harry's assessment, the result of a sequence of variables that had individually been manageable and collectively been not, which was the specific failure mode of complex situations, not the big thing you'd accounted for, but the combination of small things you'd each accounted for separately. He spent the car journey to the manor in a Death Eater's grip, hands bound, face distorted by the stinging jinx he'd taken in the forest, running a rapid inventory. Location: known Wiltshire, arriving by apparition, which meant the manor had wards. Interior layout, partially known from Hermione's research, updated by a conversation with Tonks in January. Allies in range: 0 immediate, 2 probable if a Patronus reached Shell Cottage. Wand status: confiscated. Alternatives: the pencil in his left trouser pocket, which was not a wand but which Wick had once described as useful in more ways than it looked, and which Harry had never been without since he was 10 years old. He was not using a pencil to fight his way out of Malfoy Manor, but having it was the difference between no options and one option not yet applicable, and that difference mattered. Draco was in the drawing room when they were brought in. Harry had been watching Draco for 2 years, not following him, not acting on it, just watching, the way you watch a variable that has not yet resolved into a known. Draco had been terrified since 6th year and had been getting more terrified, which was the inverse of what happened to people who were committed to the thing terrifying them. Committed people grew resolved. Terrified people grew desperate. Draco stood in the drawing room of his own family home and looked at Harry's distorted face and said, when Bellatrix demanded identification, "I don't know. I can't be sure." Harry filed this under, resolved. He did not acknowledge it. He did not make anything of it in the moment. He put it in the place where it mattered later. The escape from Malfoy Manor was Dobby. Dobby arrived, and Dobby was brilliant, and Dobby, at the last moment, taking the knife meant for Harry, in the way that people take things meant for other people when they love them, died on the beach at Shell Cottage with a look of profound surprise that Harry would never be able to fully describe to anyone who hadn't seen it. He dug the grave himself. He dug it without magic, which Wick had once done for something small and important, and Harry understood now why. Magic was efficient, and efficiency was sometimes the wrong tool for the job, and this was one of those times. He dug it carefully and lowered Dobby in and stood by the grave for a while. Then he went inside. He sat at the kitchen table at Shell Cottage, and his hands shook for 11 seconds, which he noted. And then they stopped, which he also noted. And then he opened his notebook to the list. Slytherin's locket done. 2 items remained before the snake. 3 before the end. He picked up a pen and wrote to Wick, still moving. "Dobby is dead. He died helping us. He deserved better. We need to get into Gringotts. We have the information. We need 1 week to prepare. Can Marcus confirm the vault access approach is still viable?" The reply came the following morning, still viable. 3 Aurors rotated off the Lestrange vault detail in January, ministry reorganization. The new detail has a gap in the shift change at 6 a.m. You'll have 8 minutes. "I'm sorry about Dobby. Don't let it slow you down. He wouldn't want you to." Harry read this and thought about Dobby, who had been impractical and loud and absolutely certain of the things he believed in, and who would have been appalled by the idea of his death slowing anyone down. No. Harry agreed, to nobody in particular. He wouldn't. The dragon at Gringotts was an unexpected development only if you hadn't read Hermione's research notes from 4th year, which included a footnote on the use of Ukrainian ironbellies as vault security in the lower vaults, which Harry had read and filed and now retrieved. The dragon was chained. It had been chained for so long that it flinched from the noise of the security klaxons, which was a piece of information that reorganized the problem from how do we get past the dragon to how do we move the dragon, which was different. The klaxons were the mechanism. The klaxons controlled it. The cup was retrieved. The cup was retrieved in the chaos of a vault that was producing copies of every object touched, Hermione's warning arriving exactly in time, which was a margin Harry noted as acceptable and intended not to repeat. The dragon burst free. They were on its back. The dragon flew up through Gringotts' atrium, which was not architecturally designed for this, and the atrium's architecture lost. Harry held on. He noted with the part of his mind that noted things even when the rest of it was very busy being on a dragon, terrified. Genuinely, straightforwardly, completely terrified. The dragon was enormous and moving fast, and they were hundreds of feet in the air and climbing. He noted the terror. He used it the way Wick had told him to use it. Fear is information, use it. And the information it was providing was, do not fall off. He directed all available attention to not falling off, and the terror became, in this way, briefly useful. The dragon deposited them in a lock somewhere in Scotland with the thoroughness of an animal that has decided its involvement in human problems is concluded, and they surfaced, spluttering in cold water, and Ron said from 3 feet away, "That was the worst thing that has ever happened to me." "Worse than the spiders?" Harry said. "The spiders weren't trying to drown me afterward," Ron said. "Fair point," Harry said. They swam to shore. The diadem was at Hogwarts. Harry had known this for months, Voldemort's own memory, glimpsed through the connection. A brief flash of a grey stone corridor and a wig-wearing bust and something hidden. And confirming it was the work of 2 minutes in the room of requirement, which was, unfortunately, also on fire. "Someone's trying to destroy it," Hermione said. "Draco," Harry said. He'd been tracking Draco's movement through the battle since arriving at Hogwarts. Not deliberately, he was hiding in here. He or someone with him cast the fiend fire. "How do we get the diadem out of—" Ron started and then stopped, because getting something out of a room full of wildfire that ate everything it touched was a question with very few good answers. "Brooms," Harry said. 3, now." They found them in the chaos of a room that was rearranging its own contents as the fiend fire consumed it. And Harry flew through smoke and heat with his eyes watering, and the specific concentration of someone doing something with a very short margin for error. He found the diadem on a stone plinth, warm to the touch. He also found Draco and 2 other Slytherins, cornered by the fire, with no brooms and the specific expression of people who have made a very bad decision, and are currently experiencing all of its consequences simultaneously. Harry looked at them. He thought about. Draco said he didn't know. Draco is terrified. Draco is not the enemy, not today. "Get on," he said. Draco stared at him. "The broom, Draco," Harry said. "We don't have time for this to be significant right now." Draco got on the broom. They flew out of the room of requirement with the diadem and 3 Slytherins, and a fire behind them that consumed what it contained and left nothing. The diadem went against a basilisk fang. Hermione had brought one from the chamber since February, specific preparation for an unspecified need. And it screamed as they all screamed, and dissolved as they all dissolved. 4. The battle was happening everywhere simultaneously, which was the property of sieges. No single clear front, no clear moment where the thing was happening instead of the other thing, just a constant reorganization of priorities. Harry moved through it the way he moved through complex rooms. Systematically, noting the highest priority threats and addressing them in sequence, keeping his team's position visible in his peripheral awareness. He was not charging into anything. He was directing himself and others, routing information and capability to where they needed to be. He sent Neville a Patronus message at 11:15, Nagini. "The snake. When it's time, it's you," Neville's reply, delivered by a slightly singed-looking DA member. "I know. I've known since 5th year. I've been waiting." Harry absorbed this. He realized, correctly identified Neville's trajectory 2 years ago, the person who needed to be expected to rise and would when expected. and the small satisfaction of this was immediately overtaken by the larger picture, which was the battle, the night, the list. Ron and Hermione were in the Chamber of Secrets with the second basilisk fang and the cup. He trusted them to do it. He had trusted them to do it before he asked, which was the difference between delegation and assignment. The announcement of the body count, the 60-minute pause, Voldemort's voice through the castle, the demand for surrender, came while Harry was in the hospital wing helping move the injured to a secure position. He heard it. He noted it. He also noted that Voldemort had put a time limit on it, which meant Voldemort was not comfortable with more time, which meant something Voldemort needed was not yet in position. Nagini was the last Horcrux. Nagini was with Voldemort. He went to find the Sorting Hat. The pensive memories had given him the shape of it. Dumbledore, who had been constructing the understanding like a mosaic across 6 years of careful revelation, had in the last year, the 6th year of pensive sessions and late-night conversations, and the trust that had been rebuilt incrementally after Sirius's death, given him the last pieces. The 7th Horcrux, Voldemort in the cemetery, had used Harry's blood, had taken the protection into himself, which meant the protection was in Voldemort, which meant that when Voldemort killed Harry, because Harry had to let Voldemort kill him, because Harry was a Horcrux and had been since the night in Godric's Hollow, and the piece of Voldemort that lived in him had to be destroyed without destroying Harry if that was possible. And the only available mechanism was to let Voldemort do it himself with the Elder Wand he currently held. When that happened, Voldemort would destroy the Horcrux, but the protection in his blood would keep Harry alive. Unless it didn't. Harry sat with this in the headmaster's office, in the chaos of a castle at war, and looked at it from every angle he had. It held. The logic held. The logic was sound. The logic was also the kind of thing that was either correct or not, and he wouldn't know which until the moment it mattered. And the not knowing was something he was going to have to accept as a condition of what came next. He wrote to Wick, not a long letter. He had no time for a long letter, and Wick did not require one. He wrote, "I have to walk into the forest. You know what that means. You taught me what that means. Commit completely. Decide it's already done. Go. Nagini is still alive. Ron and Hermione will be in position. Neville knows his job. I know mine. The coin, I've kept it since you gave it. I'll keep it going in. I know this might be the last letter. If it is, everything since the M3, all of it. I want you to know I know what it was. He put the letter in Archimedes' capsule. Archimedes looked at him with the expression he'd had since Harry was 11, haughty, ancient, privately devoted, and flew out the window into a night that was lit by spellfire. Harry stood at the window for a moment. He looked at the battle. He looked at the castle, which had been home for 6 years and which was still fighting in the way that things fight when they have been built to care about what happens inside them. He took the resurrection stone from the snitch. He opened it. He walked into the forest. They came with him, not bodied, not returned, something between. His mother, whose voice he had heard in Dementor nightmares and in the graveyard, and who looked at him now with an expression that was exactly what Sirius had described. Practical love, trust given freely. His father, who looked like Harry looked, and who looked at him with the specific expression of someone who'd have been right about him and furious and proud simultaneously. Sirius, who made a sound that was nothing like a laugh and everything like one. Lupin, who had died in the Battle of Hogwarts. Harry had learned this 20 minutes ago and had put it in the place where things went that were too large for right now, who looked at him with the expression of a professor seeing a student who had become the thing you hoped for. "Are you afraid?" his mother asked. "Yes," Harry said. "Does it hurt?" she asked. "Going?" "I don't think so," he said. "I think it's like falling, and I've practiced falling." She smiled. He let the stone go. He kept walking. He thought about the coin in his pocket and about keeping your word when the word was hard. He thought about Cedric, who had refused to run, and about what refusing to run looked like when the direction you were walking was toward the thing you were not going to survive. He thought about commitment, full commitment, the principle Wick had named 100 different ways over 11 years, and which always resolved to the same thing. Decide it's already done and go. He was doing it now. He had decided it was already done. He walked into the clearing. Voldemort was there, and Nagini was there, and the Death Eaters were there, and they were 40 feet away, and then 30, and then 20. And Harry put his hands at his sides and looked at Voldemort and did not draw his wand. He thought, in the moment before it happened, the most dangerous wizard in the world isn't the one who can level mountains. It's the one who decided it was already over. I decided. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand. Avada Kedavra. King's Cross was white and quiet and somewhat inexplicable. Dumbledore was there, in a form that was Dumbledore-shaped and benevolent and slightly underdressed for a railway station. Interesting place, Harry said. It seemed appropriate, Dumbledore said. A junction, somewhere between. Harry sat on a bench. It was an ordinary bench. Everything about King's Cross, real King's Cross, was completely intact except for the utter absence of trains, people, pigeons doing inadvisable things near the ticket machines, tannoy announcements. He found he missed the pigeons. Was this always the plan? Harry said. The broad shape of it, Dumbledore said. Yes, you should have told me, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. There was no calculation in it now, just the thing underneath the calculation, which was a man who had been playing a very long game and had, at certain crucial moments, sacrificed the transparency owed to a player for the efficiency of a piece. Yes, he said. I should have. There was a silence. I forgive you, Harry said. He said it with the directness of someone who has thought about whether they mean something and concluded they do. Not because it was fine, it wasn't fine, but because you were trying to save everyone you could, and because you trusted me with the ending when it mattered, and because— he stopped. Because people are the sum of their choices, and yours were mostly good ones. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. You are not at all what I expected, he said, when I left you at Privet Drive. I know, Harry said. Wick was not in your calculations. No, Dumbledore said, and there was something that was almost humor in it. He rather wasn't. Do I go back? Harry said. That is, Dumbledore said, entirely your choice. Harry looked at the white. He looked at the place where the terrible ruined thing was making small sounds under the bench, Voldemort's piece, the fragment, the thing that had lived in him and been destroyed. And he looked at it with something that was almost pity, which surprised him, but which he decided to let be what it was. I have unfinished work, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. Neville still needs the signal, Harry said. And there's a snake. There is a snake, Dumbledore confirmed. And I told John I kept the word, Harry said. I'd like to say it in person. He stood up. Voldemort's mistake, one of many, but the most terminal, was expecting a duel. He had spent a lifetime building the theater of his power on the principle that power was demonstrated through direct confrontation, because direct confrontation was where his power was most visible, and where the psychological effect of witnessing it was most crushing. He needed to be seen. He needed the moment to be public and final and symbolic, and Harry's reappearance from the dead had rattled something in the certainty of that. But the shape of the thing, the final confrontation, the circle of Death Eaters, the last stand of the boy who lived, was still the shape he wanted. He raised the Elder Wand. Harry did not raise his. I don't need it for this, Harry said. Voldemort cast. Harry was not where he'd aimed. He had moved at the moment of casting, which was not the moment you might expect, not the moment the light appeared, because by that point there was nothing useful you could do. Earlier, in the breath before, in the adjustment of the shoulder, in the particular stillness that preceded casting that Wick had once described, on a Tuesday in the backfield with the leaves coming off the oak tree and Daisy napping on the flat rock, as the tell that everyone has and no one addresses, Voldemort had a tell. The Elder Wand screamed. It screamed in the way that wands scream when they refuse, when the wand that owes its allegiance to one master is being wielded by a hand the magic won't recognize. Harry was the master of the Elder Wand. He had won it from Draco, who had taken it from Dumbledore, and the wand kept its own accountancy of these things with a rigor that cared nothing for what its current holder wanted. The spell went wide. Voldemort stared. Harry held out his hand. The wand crossed the great hall in half a second and landed in his palm with the specific solidity of something returning to where it was supposed to be. He looked at it for a moment. Then he put it in his pocket, his left trouser pocket, where the pencil was, which it fit beside with a neatness that was not metaphorical and also perhaps a little metaphorical, and looked at Voldemort. Tom Riddle was mortal now. Had been mortal since Neville, brilliant, steady Neville, who had grown up to become exactly what he'd needed to become, had taken the sword from the hat and removed the last anchor. He was mortal, and he knew it, and the knowledge was a specific kind of knowledge that a man who has spent his entire existence evading mortality was uniquely unequipped to process. "It's done," Harry said. He said it quietly, without drama, the way you say things that are true and don't require decoration. Voldemort cast again with his own wand, the old wand, the lesser wand, and Harry blocked it without drawing with a wandless redirect that cost him significant effort and which he had prepared for specifically since the spring. The rebounded curse struck Voldemort. He fell, not dramatically, not with an eruption of dark magic or the sound of something vast and terrible ending. He fell the way things fall when the structure supporting them stops, and the structure stopping was so quiet that the great hall took a moment to understand what it was looking at. Then it understood. The aftermath was noise. Harry moved through it in the specific way of someone who has done a thing and is now doing the next thing, because the next things were Ron and Hermione, who were alive and intact, and who he found near the doors to the great hall, and who he embraced with the unself-conscious completeness of someone who has stopped managing his own reactions for the night. Ron was taller, somehow. Hermione was crying, which she would be annoyed about later, and Harry did not mention it. Neville, who had killed the snake with a sword and who was being mobbed by approximately everyone, caught Harry's eye across the hall and gave him a look that said, "I told you I knew." Harry gave him a look back that said, "Yes, and you were right. These things did not require words." Luna, serenely unrumpled in the middle of the most rumpled room Harry had ever stood in, said, "The Raxperts have all gone. You can feel it, can't you? The air is different." "Yes," Harry said, because the air was different, and whether or not it was Raxperts, something had changed in it. Ginny found him 20 minutes later and said nothing, which was its own kind of thing, and then said, "You came back." "I told you I would," Harry said. "You didn't tell me," she said. "I told John," Harry said. "Close enough." She looked at him. "One day," she said, "I'd like to be in on plans instead of told about them after." "I'll work on it," Harry said. She appeared to accept this as the beginning of a negotiation rather than the end of one, which seemed about right. He looked at the hall. At the tables and the people and the morning light coming through the windows. It was morning. Somehow the night had gone through itself into morning, and at the faces of people who were alive because a list had an end on it, and the end had been reached. He thought about Cedric. He thought about Sirius. He thought about Dobby and Lupin and Fred Weasley, who he would find out about soon, and about all the things that preparation had not been enough to prevent. He put his hand in his pocket. The coin was there. He held it. He found Wick 3 weeks later, in a coffee shop in Edinburgh that had been chosen because it was easy to exit from multiple directions, which was something Harry noticed automatically and which made him feel, briefly and warmly, like the person he was. Wick was already there. He was sitting with his back to the wall with a coffee in both hands, and Daisy was under the table with her head on his feet. And when Harry came through the door, she came out from under the table and put her front paws on his chest and looked at him with the focused devotion of an animal reuniting with a person she has decided is hers. "Down," Harry said. She stayed up for 2 more seconds, confirming he was intact to her satisfaction, and then went back under the table. Harry sat across from Wick. He looked at him. Wick looked back. There was not, in this look, anything that needed to be made into words immediately. There was a great deal in it, 11 years' worth. A motorway at 11:30 on a Tuesday, a field with a flat rock, and a scorched circle that had been receded and grown back. A dog named Daisy. A dog named Daisy's empty bowl that had eventually been moved, the Atlantic at night. A school in Scotland, a list with an end on it, They sat with it for a moment. A coffee appeared in front of Harry, placed by a waitress who had read the situation correctly as two people who needed coffee and quiet in that order. Harry looked at the coffee. "You said the coin was a message?" He said. He put it on the table between them. "That you keep your word." "Yes," Wick said. "I kept mine," Harry said. Wick looked at the coin. He looked at Harry. "I know," he said. Harry nodded. He wrapped his hands around the coffee. It was good coffee. Wick had, as always, selected the correct establishment. "John," Harry said. Wick said. "Sirius told me in third year not to disappear into the mission." He looked at his coffee. "I didn't." "No," Wick said. "I know I didn't because I'm still." He stopped. "I'm still me. I know that because being here right now is enough. I don't need the next thing. I don't need a plan." He paused. "That's new." Wick drank his coffee. "The mission's over," Harry said. "Yes," Wick said. "I don't know what comes next," Harry said. "No," Wick said. Harry looked at the table. He looked at the coin sitting between them. He looked at Daisy, who had relocated from Wick's feet to under Harry's chair and had gone to sleep with the complete confidence of an animal who has decided the worst is over and intends to treat this as permanent. "In the forest," Harry said. "Walking into the forest, it was the most frightened I've ever been." "Yes," Wick said. "And I went anyway," Harry said. "Not because I wasn't frightened, because the thing on the other side of the frightening was more important than the frightening itself." He paused. "That's the whole thing, isn't it? That's the whole principle. That's everything you were ever teaching me." Wick was quiet for a moment. "Yes," he said. "It took 11 years, Harry said. "Most things take 11 years, Wick said. Harry sat with this and found it reasonable. Daisy shifted under the chair and made a small sound that was the sound of a dog completely satisfied with the present arrangement of the world. The person she'd missed was here, and the person she was with was here, and there was a floor, and the floor was warm, and nothing was required of her except to be present, which she was very good at." Harry drank his coffee. It was, as noted, excellent. He looked out the window at Edinburgh going about its morning. People with places to be, a bus. A man walking a very small dog who appeared to be leading the walk rather than the reverse. Two women sharing an umbrella against a rain that hadn't arrived yet. He thought about the years ahead. He thought about what they'd look like, not as a plan, not as a mission, just as years full of things he didn't know yet, which was different from the last several years in a way he was going to need time to understand. He thought about Hermione, who had already written 4 letters about post-war reconstruction of the ministry, and who had included, in the most recent one, a question about whether Harry had considered what he wanted to do, framed with her characteristic combination of practicality and gentleness. He thought about Ron, who had said, "Can we just have 1 week where nothing is trying to kill anyone? I'm exhausted." He thought about Ginny and about the negotiation that had not yet properly begun. He thought about the pencil in his pocket and the elder wand, which he had snapped and returned the fragments to the place it had come from, because keeping it was the wrong kind of ending. He had kept the pencil. Some things you kept. He put the coin back in his pocket. "What do you do now?" Harry asked. "After, you went to England after, you drove, what do you do with that after?" Wick looked at his coffee. "You find out what's still there," he said. "Underneath the mission, underneath the all of it, what's still there?" "What was?" Harry said. "What was still there?" Wick looked at him. "A car," he said. "A house, an empty bowl I hadn't moved." He paused. "And apparently a boy in a car park." Harry looked at the table. Something in his chest did something complicated, which he did not manage and did not move past and simply let be what it was. "You stopped for me," he said. "You were in a car park," Wick said. "You stopped," Harry said. Wick drank his coffee. "Get a dog," he said. "When you found somewhere, get a dog." "I have a dog," Harry said. "She's under my chair." "Your own dog," Wick said. Harry thought about this. He thought about Daisy, who was not his, who had been his in every way that mattered since the November he was 6, and she had walked across the path to put her chin on his knee. He thought about the flat rock in the back field and the scorched circle that had grown back. "All right," he said. They drank their coffee. Outside, the rain arrived. Daisy, deeply asleep, twitched once, some dream, some field, some flat rock in the sun, and settled and did not wake.